Chapter 14:01. You have one last chance. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Feng Ming Qingshan and said with a sneer, "You won't be able to block the third move." Feng Ming Qingshan didn't intend to hold back. He had already lost his last bit of rationality. He said that he would cripple Ling Xiao in 3 moves. If he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. So in the end, even if he had to kill Ling Xiao and offend Ji Luoyu, he had to go all out. The power of his bloodline was completely ignited. A pair of wings made of ice crystals grew out of Feng Ming Qingshan's back. His body was becoming more and more like an ice phoenix. The only difference was that his face was still human and he was still standing. The bloodline is completely ignited. The power of the ice phoenix has completely erupted. You won't have a chance. Feng Ming Qingshan rose into the air, and his entire body was integrated into the attack. He was like an ice phoenix that was ready to hunt at any time. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. No one noticed that his shadow had already left his body and hidden to the side under the protection of the tree. Kill! The huge ice phoenix rushed down, and a terrifying attack that was several times stronger than the previous 2 attacks directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Die, you've completely angered me, so I don't plan to give you a chance. Ling Xiao still didn't say anything. He just stood there, motionless, as if he had lost his soul. But when Feng Ming Qingshan's attack was less than a foot away from him, he muttered, "Change!" Boom! His voice was instantly drowned out by the attack. Then, a 6 to 7 square, 3 to 4 meters deep crater was blasted open on the ground. "Big Brother Ling!" Ji Luoyu shouted anxiously, wanting to rush over to check on Ling Xiao's situation. However, he was stopped by Lung Mei at the side. "Master is fine." It was just a simple sentence, but it made Ji Luoyu stunned. Ling Xiao was fine. How was that possible? That strike just now had completely obliterated Ling Xiao's bones. Yet Cold Plum said that he was fine? What was this woman thinking? Was Ling Xiao still her master? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, it's too late for you to regret now. Don't blame me even if you die. You can only blame yourself for fighting over a woman with me. Looking at Ling Xiao, who had been smashed to pieces in the deep pit, and not even a single hair was left, Feng Ming Qingshan laughed excitedly. Do we really have to kill Ling Xiao? The crowd was also shocked. After all, for such a long time, there were too many people who wanted Ling Xiao's life, but no one had actually killed Ling Xiao. Feng Ming Qingshan actually did it. This was truly inconceivable. So what if he's killed? What's the big deal? To put it bluntly, Ling Xiao is only at the level of Sword Huangzi. He's a far cry from young Master Qingshan. Someone else said, "That's true. But if we kill Ling Xiao, will the Moon Lady spare young Master Qingshan?" Someone was worried. In the imperial capital, there was an important reason why many people didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, and that was naturally the existence of the Moon Lady. The Moon Lady was too powerful. Many people were afraid that the Moon Lady would take revenge after killing Ling Xiao. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Xiao was able to live peacefully. What's there to be afraid of? As long as young Master Qingshan hides in the palace, even the Moon Lady won't be able to barge in. The Ice Phoenix Tribe, Fiery Phoenix Tribe, and Dark Phoenix Tribe all have their own experts. They won't let the Moon Lady mess around. Everyone was discussing, but they didn't notice a person walking out from the dark shade. Above this person's head, there was a giant sword that was cold and sinister. "What are you guys so happy about?" "It's just breaking the air." "Is there a need to be so happy?" Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone. Ji Luoyu was crying tears of joy. Feng Ming Qingshan was trembling all over. "Impossible. I clearly saw you standing there and being hit. How can you still be alive? This is absolutely impossible. He couldn't believe that his strongest attack didn't kill Ling Xiao. I've said it before. No matter how strong the attack is, it's meaningless if it can't hit the target. Ling Xiao said calmly, "Now that the 3 moves have passed, it's my turn." A cruel smile appeared on his face as he reached out and grabbed the divine sword of light that was hanging above his head. Feng Mingqing Shan could feel that the seemingly intangible sword was emitting an extremely terrifying and powerful aura, making it difficult for him to breathe. "I'll give you a chance to block it. 1 move. I'll only use 1 move. If you can block it, you can get lost." Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he looked at Feng Mingqing Shan with disdain and contempt on his face. Feng Mingqing Shan's actions were too disdainful. "I don't believe that your attack can be that strong." Feng Mingqing Shan felt a strong sense of humiliation. Ling Xiao's cultivation was clearly lower than his, but he dared to say that he would cripple him in 1 move. How could he accept this? The bloodline power in his body condensed together again. This time, he used his power on defense. His entire body was protected by the thick ice phoenix body. "Are you ready?" Ling Xiao asked indifferently. "Come, I'd like to see how you can be so sure." Feng Mingqing Shan roared. Ling Xiao smiled, held the giant sword with both hands, and then stabbed out. The first transformation of the divine sword of light, rising sun change. To kill Feng Mingqing Shan was actually not an easy task. Ling Xiao was very clear on this point. So the moment he made his move, he directly used the rising sun change of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. A bright light swallowed everything. The moment the huge sword of light touched the ice phoenix, it completely pierced through it. A terrifyingly high temperature began to be released, and the ice phoenix began to melt. In the terrifyingly high temperature, the phoenix also became useless. In the crowd, those who were originally hostile to Ling Xiao looked at all of this with frightened and incredulous eyes. They were scared out of their wits. Ling Xiao's sword was too terrifying. It easily broke the defensive move that Feng Mingqing Shan had painstakingly condensed. "No, impossible." "Ah!" A mournful scream came from Feng Mingqing Shan's mouth. Even though he opened his wings in that instant and soared hundreds of meters into the air, there was still sword chi in his body that was constantly torturing him. On his body, the scorching heat burned his skin, leaving ugly scars all over his body. However, the pain on his body could not be compared to the pain on his heart. He thought that he could cripple Ling Xiao in 3 moves. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after he failed to injure Ling Xiao in 3 moves, Ling Xiao would instead be able to injure him in 1 move. Crushing. He could feel the terror of being crushed by someone else's strength. But Ling Xiao was clearly only at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. How could he be so strong? He did not understand. It was even more unacceptable. The crowd suddenly became completely silent. They were really unable to accept such a result. Chapter 14:02. Those noble young talents thought that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he would not be able to take advantage of Feng Mingqing Shan, a 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He might even be easily defeated. However, the cruel truth told them that they were wrong. They were wrong, ridiculously wrong. The reason why Ling Xiao was not dead even after being assassinated by so many people was definitely not as simple as being protected by a few women. His own strength was equally astonishing. It's important to know one's own limits. "I ignored you because I disdained you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If Luoyu follows you, I'm afraid she will be killed by you one day. You won't even know where you went wrong. Trash." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Feng Mingqing Shan, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference. His words contained a strong sense of sarcasm. Feng Ming-Qing Shan landed on the ground. Because the sword qi in his body made him unable to maintain flight, even the ice crystal wings had been retracted back into his body. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror. That terrifying sword qi was mixed with intense heat, as if he was being roasted by Ling Xiao. He could feel that his internal organs were being burned by this high temperature, and his meridians were being tortured by pain. Scram, I'll spare your life today. Consider it giving Feng Ming Wuliang some face. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Feng Ming-Qing Shan and said coldly, "You want me to scram?" Feng Ming-Qing Shan really couldn't accept a beggar telling him to scram. "That's right, I want you to scram." Ling Xiao said. Feng Ming-Qing Shan finally suppressed the crazy sword qi in his body for the time being, and then stared at Ling Xiao with a venomous gaze. This person was too hateful. Not only did he make him lose face in front of Ji Luoyu, but he also told him to scram. What did he take him for? But he was really afraid of Ling Xiao and really didn't dare to do anything. He slowly stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. "You will definitely regret it. The outcome of snatching a woman from me will be very miserable." With that, he turned around and was about to leave. "Stop." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded behind him. "Do you not understand human language? I asked you to scram, not leave." "What?" Feng Ming-Qing Shan paused. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao's scram meant that he wanted them to leave. But it seemed like they had misunderstood. Ling Xiao's so-called roll was really rolling on the ground. How could Feng Ming-Qing accept such a thing? In his chest, there was a ball of burning rage that was constantly expanding and burning. "Ling Xiao, you've gone too far." Feng Ming-Qing Shan roared. "I'm going too far? I'm already being merciful by not killing you." Ling Xiao coldly said, "When you forced me to fight with you just now, did you ever think that you would be even more overbearing?" Feng Ming-Qing clenched his fists tightly. He felt an unprecedented humiliation. He really wanted to attack with all his might and vent all his anger on Ling Xiao. But he didn't dare. The scene just now was still vivid in his mind. His fear of Ling Xiao had been deeply implanted in the bottom of his heart. He was afraid and didn't dare to make a move. But he didn't want to roll away. If he really did that, he could only hide in the courtyard of the Divine Palace and be a pathetic coward in the future. He, Feng Ming-Qing Shan, was the son of the Imperial Emperor and a genius of the Ice Phoenix clan. His cultivation was powerful and his talent was outstanding. He was originally one of the best of the younger generation, coupled with his powerful background. No one had ever dared to humiliate him like today. Even the two princes didn't dare to do so. However, today, Ling Xiao actually asked him to roll away from here. This was clearly deliberately humiliating him and making him lose face. Looking at Ling Xiao's mocking and cold gaze, the anger in Feng Ming-Qing Shan's heart burned even more vigorously. Looking at the aristocratic warriors who hadn't left, although they didn't dare to show their contempt and disdain, their eyes couldn't hide the ridicule and ridicule. That fire was finally about to erupt completely. However, what made him finally decide to fight back was still a sentence. "Young Master Qing Shan, you do it. I'll kill him." Feng Ming-Qing Shan could tell that this was the voice of Blue Wave's sword, Mo Kong. They had been in contact with each other outside. Although they weren't friends, they were allies because they didn't like Ling Xiao very much. Hearing this, Feng Ming-Qing Shan finally made up his mind. "I'll roll." He gritted his teeth and began to roll back the way he came. And the path he took just happened to pass by Ling Xiao. When he was only about a meter away, he suddenly burst out and condensed an ice sword in his hands. Although it wasn't as big as the previous ice blade, it was more suitable for a sneak attack. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth raised into a sneer. How could he let Feng Ming Qingshan leave so easily? They had already formed a deadly feud. If he didn't kill him, there would be endless trouble in the future. Because of this, he asked Feng Ming Qingshan to roll away. He deliberately provoked the other party. If Feng Ming Qingshan could endure being a coward, then he really couldn't do anything. Unfortunately, Feng Ming Qingshan wasn't the kind of person who could endure silently. As the son of Feng Ming, immeasurable, he was used to the feeling of being held high. Now that someone suddenly wanted to ruthlessly trample him under his feet, how could he agree? Therefore, Feng Ming Qingshan's sneak attack was inevitable. Ling Xiao had long since been prepared to deal with all of this. On the surface, he was reckless and impulsive, but in reality, he was very careful. Some of the seemingly accidental events were actually deliberately facilitated by him. If Feng Ming Qingshan didn't sneak attack him, then he wouldn't have enough reason to kill him. It was a pity that Feng Ming Qingshan didn't know this. His choice was destined to be crippled today. Ling Zhao's body retreated slightly, and then he stepped forward again. On his fists, blazing power of light condensed, and like a blade, it quickly elongated. Then, this ice-cold blade slashed onto Feng Ming Qingshan's ice sword. That ice sword instantly disintegrated, turning into ice flowers on the ground. You're courting death, so don't blame me. Above his head, a divine sword of light hung. Ling Xiao held this divine sword in his hand and was about to slash Feng Ming Qingshan under his sword. It's still not certain who will die. Feng Ming Qingshan sneered, not intending to fight Ling Xiao head-on. His hands suddenly released a terrifying cold air. In that instant, Ling Zhao's entire body was actually frozen in this ice crystal. Although Feng Ming Qingshan understood very well that such a trick wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect to be able to hurt Ling Xiao like this. He dared to make a move because he had a helper. Just as Ling Xiao was frozen by the ice crystal, a silent sword light pierced through the void, piercing towards Ling Xiao. It didn't have a gorgeous appearance. There was no dazzling light, but it was like a deadly, poisonous snake. Once bitten, one would definitely die. Everyone stared at this sword with their mouths agape. Chapter 14:03. It's Emo Tsong. Emerald Wave, sword Emo Tsong. The crowd exclaimed when they discovered the attacker. No wonder the sword was so swift, so cunning, and so ruthless. It's Emo Tsong from Emerald Wave Island. He's the #1 expert among the younger generation of Emerald Wave Island. Yes, his cultivation isn't inferior to young Master Qingshan's, but why did he sneak an attack on Ling Xiao? Who knows? It's probably because of the enmity in the past. The crowd was shocked for a moment before they scrambled to shout. Emerald Wave, sword Emo Tsong, was powerful. Ling Xiao hadn't fought with him in the City of Sin, so he didn't know this person at all. Although he had expected to be attacked by this guy today, the strength and ruthlessness of the other party's move surprised him. This sword was extremely powerful. Emo Tsong clearly wanted to take his life. Others didn't know why Emo Tsong did this, but Ling Xiao was very clear. Emerald Wave Island was basically destroyed by him. It would be strange if Emo Tsong didn't seek revenge. Break. Ling Xiao didn't dodge. He released a scorching power from his body and instantly shattered the ice crystal. At the same time, he raised his left hand, and the divine light sword met the attack. Die! Emo Tsong roared furiously. He had waited for this day for too long. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would still be the young master of Emerald Wave Island and a hero in the hearts of countless young warriors. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would have more resources to break through the difficulties and raise his cultivation to a higher level before the Dragon Phoenix selection. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, his father wouldn't have died, Emerald Wave Island wouldn't have been destroyed, and he wouldn't have submitted to the Ice Phoenix clan like a dog and become someone's slave. He blamed all of this on Ling Xiao, although he had never fought with Ling Xiao and almost died, not because of Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. This was because he didn't dare to seek revenge from his real enemy. The Ice Phoenix clan was too powerful. With his own strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them with a single finger. Amo Tsong, who was lucky enough to survive, came to the Divine Phoenix capital. He had originally planned to join the Phoenix Academy, but they simply looked down on him. The young master who had lost Emerald Ripple Island. The Ice Phoenix clan had promised to help him, but they wanted to make him their slave. For the sake of revenge, he had abandoned his dignity. At this moment, including the resentment of being a slave, he wanted to vent all of it on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao must die. Phoenix Cry, instant freeze. At this time, Phoenix Cry Qingshan did not give up on attacking, although Emo Tsong's sneak attack seemed very safe. After witnessing Ling Xiao's ability, he did not dare to be careless. Unless Ling Xiao died, he would never stop attacking. Today, either Ling Xiao or he would die. That was the current situation. Big brother Ling, let me help you. Ji Luoyu jumped out and was about to join the fight. Step back. Ling Xiao said indifferently, two shameless villains can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao was already used to the shamelessness of these enemies. Therefore, he never had any illusions that his opponents could really fight him one-on-one. In fact, he could let Cold Plum take action. As long as Cold Plum took action, these two people would die without a doubt. But he did not do so because there was no need. Although Phoenix Cry Qingshan and Mo Tsong worked together, ordinary 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists would probably be killed. But Ling Xiao was not ordinary, and in his opinion, Phoenix Cry Qingshan was just a defeated opponent. At this time, it would be good if Phoenix Cry Qingshan could use half of his strength. Clang! An ear-piercing sound finally exploded. Ling Xiao's divine light sword clashed with Emo Tsong's emerald ripple sword. The terrifying impact caused the gravel on the ground to fly everywhere. Many people could not open their eyes because of the terrifying wind. Ling Xiao borrowed the force of the collision to quickly retreat, avoiding Phoenix Cry Qingshan's attack. Then he looked at Phoenix Cry Qingshan and said, "You better not take action. Otherwise, I don't need to take action, and you will die without a doubt." Bullshit, now you're afraid, but it's useless. You must die today. Phoenix Cry Qingshan's eyes were bloodshot. How could he believe Ling Xiao's words? In his opinion, Ling Xiao said such nonsense because he could not face him and Emo Tsong at the same time. It was simply ridiculous. So strong. Everyone's judgment of Ling Xiao increased by another level. Just now, it was really a moment of life and death. Emo Tsong's sneak attack was silent. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. Coupled with Phoenix Cry Qingshan's harassment, an ordinary martial artist would probably panic in such a situation. But Ling Xiao seemed to have predicted everything from the beginning and proceeded steadily according to his plan. Making use of Emo Tsong's sword to avoid Phoenix Cry Qingshan's attack was simply an art. It was no longer a martial technique. Emo Tsong's face was slightly ugly. He seized the opportunity to sneak attack Ling Xiao, but he did not expect that he could not even touch a hair of his opponent. Ling Xiao, this terrifying guy, seemed to be able to calculate as if he had accurately predicted what he would do, and even made use of his attack. This guy was not so strong when he was in the City of Sin. It had not even been half a year. How could he be so terrifying? No, he must kill him today. Otherwise, there would be no more chances in the future. Emo Tsong gritted his teeth, and his eyes were cold. The murderous intent on the emerald wave sword in his hand intensified. His body did not retreat, and his long sword pierced again. In an instant, he was close to Ling Xiao again. Originally, Emerald Wave Island could have kept you as the only seedling. But now, it seems like you don't want to live. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He originally did not want to kill Mo Kong. After all, during the incident in the city of Sin, Mo Song did not fight with him. But now, Mo Song wanted to kill him. With his personality, how could he let go of someone who wanted to kill him? Since the other party wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. Divine Sword of Light, Change of the Rising Sun. The Divine Sword of Light, which was originally used to block attacks, suddenly became even more dazzling. Ah! Phoenix Cry Qingshan, who was rushing over, suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and mouth. He was not going to live. Looking at Ling Xiao again, the sun-like divine sword of light in his hand clashed with Mo Song's emerald wave sword once again. It was only a moment of contact, but the emerald wave sword turned completely red as if it had been burned. This terrifying heat spread from the emerald wave sword to Mo Song's right hand. His right hand and arm became a bloody mess in an instant, and the rot accelerated. Ah! Mo Song finally screamed, and threw away the emerald wave sword in his hand, which was almost completely red, as if he was throwing away a poisonous snake that could take his life at any time. And his right hand, which was holding the sword, was now completely crippled. Chapter 1404. Mo Song's arm was not only badly mutilated, but even his bones were completely deformed, as if his arm had been thrown into a high temperature and burned. That ugly and terrifying appearance caused many people to involuntarily tremble in their hearts. Mo Song's cultivation was similar to Feng Mingqing's. But he seemed to be more seriously injured because Feng Mingqing was defending with all his strength when he was attacked. But Mo Song was attacking with all his strength and did not do anything to defend. Looking at the other side, Feng Mingqing's situation was also very strange. Ling Xiao did not attack him, but he suddenly fell to the ground, on the verge of death, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and was extremely miserable. I've said it before, if you don't attack, you can still live. Once you attack me, you'll be asking for trouble. Ling Xiao smiled. Why is it like this? Feng Mingqing could not understand how he could be like this. It's very simple. My sword energy has already caused your internal organs to be in an extremely weak state. If you go back and properly recuperate, you might be able to recover in the future. However, you chose to fight, so your extremely weak internal organs quickly ruptured. Naturally, you ended up like this. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "This is called the evils of the heavens can be forgiven, but the evils of one's own doing are the hardest to bear. You asked for it, so you can't blame others." Ling Xiao, that guy, is really terrifying. 2 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. One of them was beaten to a pulp by him and is about to die. The other one's right arm is also completely crippled. I'm afraid his strength will also be greatly reduced. Those young geniuses who were usually high and mighty all trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. They were thinking if the one who fought with Ling Xiao just now was not Feng Mingqing and Mo Song, but them, what kind of situation would it be? When they thought of that ending, they felt their entire bodies tremble. This was too shocking. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao had only used the Divine Sword of Light to attack. He did not use anything else, and he had defeated 2 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. This guy was only a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. His battle prowess was indeed much stronger than his cultivation on the surface. Mo Song had already retreated several hundred meters away. Looking at his bloody right arm, he was terrified and confused. His cultivation was clearly higher than his opponent's, and it was clearly a sneak attack. But now his opponent was completely unharmed, while he, the attacker, was severely injured. This sort of humiliation was simply unbearable to him. Why? Why is God so unfair to me? That demon killed so many of my Jade Wave Islands people, but he's still alive. Why can't I kill him? He looked up to the sky and roared, feeling a strong sense of indignation for his fate. The heavens are unfair. The heavens have already treated your Emerald Ripple Island well enough. Ling Xiao couldn't help sneering. Heaven gave you at least 3 chances to repent and let you stop, but you didn't. Your island is full of self-righteous people who want to take my life and seize the Imperial Jade Seal and Human King's notes. Your actions are courting death. If the heavens don't let you die, that would be the real injustice. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Mo Song wasn't willing to listen to Ling Xiao. Of course, he didn't want to listen. If he did, then wouldn't the people who died on his Emerald Ripple Island really be courting death? Their deaths were worthless and meaningless. Big Brother Ling, are you all right? Ji Luoyu rushed over anxiously. She sized up Ling Xiao and confirmed that Ling Xiao was really fine. Then she smiled bitterly. You're simply a monster. I've already noticed it when we were in the City of Sin. Although I'm not a monster, it's more than enough to deal with these 2 pieces of trash. They're actually right about one thing. I did rely on women to survive until now, but I feel honored, not ashamed. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if women are willing to protect me, that's my ability. Also, I have the confidence to protect them in the future. But these 2 pieces of trash really don't have the right to talk about me, because to deal with them, I don't need Sister Moon Maiden and Cold Plum to do anything. Of course, Luoyu, you don't have to help either. At this moment, Feng Ming Qingshan, who was lying on the ground, looked up at the sky in pain. He didn't have the mood to be jealous of Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu talking intimately. Humans really valued their own lives more. When his life was about to end, women shouldn't be that important to him anymore. However, Mo Song and the others were mad with jealousy, but they didn't dare to do anything. They didn't even dare to say anything. Ling Xiao had already displayed his powerful strength. Who would dare to talk nonsense here? Unless their brains weren't working well and they didn't want to live anymore, they wouldn't be so stupid. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qingshan indifferently and said, I took 3 of your moves and you took 1 of mine. I was going easy on you, but you didn't know how to respect yourself and insisted on seeking death. Now, I think even the gods can't save you. Then he looked at the 2 captains of the Imperial Guards who came with Feng Ming Qingshan and said, take your master and scram. I don't want to see him again. Otherwise, I will kill him. Hearing Ling Xiao's threat, Feng Ming Qingshan was furious and aggrieved, but he couldn't say anything. At this moment, there was blood in his throat. He couldn't even speak. The 2 captains of the Imperial Guards only dared to approach Feng Ming Qingshan after hearing Ling Xiao's words. They took out healing elixirs and fed them to Feng Ming Qingshan. However, they weren't in a hurry to leave, because Feng Ming Qingshan's situation couldn't withstand the torment. But they still sent someone to the palace to ask for help. Feng Ming Qingshan was Feng Ming Wuliang's biological son. Even if Feng Ming Wuliang was ruthless, he wouldn't dare to leave his biological son to die in front of so many people. If he really did that, even the people of the Ice Phoenix clan would look down on him. Ling Xiao didn't stop the Imperial Guard. He heard that the Ice Phoenix clan had a heavy sword called Ice's Fury. Although it was of the ice attribute, to him, any attribute could be converted. He needed a heavy sword to use now. As long as Feng Ming Wuliang wanted to save Feng Ming Qingshan, he had to give him the Ice's Fury. Otherwise, he dared to guarantee that even if Medicine King's son Sa personally made a move, he wouldn't be able to save Feng Ming Qingshan. With a slight smile, his gaze became cold again. Then he looked at Mo Tsong, his murderous intent skyrocketing. Emerald Wave soared Mo Tsong. Although you are very pitiful now, it doesn't mean that I will let you go. I said that I won't let go of anyone who dares to kill me. Ling Xiao slowly raised his foot and walked towards Mo Kong. He coldly said, "You didn't have to die, but this time you must die. Even though I don't know how you managed to survive in the City of Sin, I'm guessing that you must have cultivated some special martial arts. It doesn't matter. I will let you die completely this time. You won't have to suffer the pain of this world anymore." Chapter 14:05. Mo Tsong's sword-wielding right arm was completely crippled. At this moment, his strength was definitely greatly reduced. That was why he was terrified. When he was at his peak, he couldn't even kill Ling Xiao with a sneak attack. Now that his right arm was crippled, how could he fight? It was obvious that Ling Xiao wanted him to die. Moreover, he wanted him to die without any mercy. Where it's possible to make mistakes, let them off. When Ling Xiao was dozens of meters away from Mo Tsong, a domineering and dignified voice sounded. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Today's matter was his fault, but he's already crippled. Why do you have to kill him? It turned out that someone had been watching the show. The crowd turned around and looked at the young man who slowly descended from the treetops. They were filled with surprise. They didn't sense his presence. He had starry eyebrows, sword-like eyes, handsome looks, and a righteous aura. This was probably the kind of person they were talking about. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he didn't know this person. "Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked. "Noble sword, Yu Qianya." The young man looked to be about 20 years old, but his aura was stronger than many of the people present. He smiled as he walked towards Mo Tsong and said calmly, "Noble sword. He's the noble sword." Someone in the crowd had obviously heard of this person. Could he be the noble sword of Changle's Celestial Island? It shouldn't be wrong. He looks exactly the same as the portrait. The noble sword is one of the top 6 young experts of Changle Celestial Island. I heard that he likes to uphold justice and help others the most. If that's the case, he saved Mo Tsong today because he pitted Mo Tsong. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Ling Xiao roughly knew what kind of person the noble sword, Yu Qianya, was. The Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin, and countless young experts were gathering in the Divine Phoenix capital. The noble sword, Yu Qianya, was naturally one of them. However, his surname was quite unique. It was actually Yu. Could it be that he was related to the Yuehua school and the Moonlight Fairy? One had to know that the surnames of the tens of thousands of clans were all related to the experts of the primordial era. Even though Yuehua school had declined, it still had a glorious era. Ling Xiao knew that the Moonlight Fairy's descendant was surnamed Yu, but he did not know if Yu Qianya counted. "Give me some face and let him go," Yu Qianya said with a smile. He appeared to be very gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. "I'm sorry, but I can't give you that face." Ling Xiao cast an indifferent glance at the gentleman's sword, Yu Qianya, and said, "You should have arrived a long time ago. When the two of them joined forces to launch a sneak attack on me, why didn't you appear? Noble sword, I think he's a hypocrite." In fact, Ling Xiao already knew that someone was there, but he didn't know who that person was or whether he was a friend or foe. Just now, when he was at a disadvantage and was ambushed by 2 people, this person did not appear when his life was at stake. Now that he wanted to kill Mo Tsong, this person suddenly stood out. This kind of favoritism made Ling Xiao very disdainful. Crazy. Ling Xiao is really crazy. Doesn't he know the cultivation of the gentleman's sword? That's the middle stage of the fifth Grotto Heaven realm, much stronger than young Master Qingshan, and Mo Kong. Someone actually dared to say that the gentleman's sword was a hypocrite. This made the geniuses of the nobles a little incredulous. Was Ling Zhao's brain really short-circuited? Did he really think that he could look down on everyone just because he defeated Qingshan and Mo Tsong in a row? Hypocrite? Yuqinya also frowned and chuckled. No one has ever dared to say that about me. I, the gentleman's sword, save whoever I want to save, and I don't want to save whoever I don't want to save. You have any objections? No objections. Ling Xiao shook his head. That's more like it. Then let Mo Tsong go. Seeing that the everlasting joy ancestor was indebted to you, I can let bygones be bygones. Yuqinya nodded in satisfaction. He thought that Ling Xiao had given in. However, Ling Zhao's following words made his face turn ashen once again. I don't have any objections to what you do, but don't tell me who to kill. Ling Zhao's voice was clear and clear. What did you say? Yuqinya frowned. This was the first time he had seen such an ungrateful person. If it wasn't for the everlasting joy ancestor, he would have already made a move. If you're not deaf, you should have heard it very clearly. I don't want to repeat it. Ling Xiao glanced at Yuqinya, and the divine light sword in his hand became even more blazing. He had no intention of stopping his steps at all. Yuqinya looked at Ling Xiao, and his cold eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Whoosh! A long sword came out of its shell. It was a sword that was suffused with golden light. Its design was luxurious and very beautiful. Moreover, it was a spiritual weapon, although it was only a mortal grade. A mortal grade spiritual weapon was an absolutely crushing existence in front of a divine grade treasure. A Grotto Heaven realm martial artist could already mobilize the power of a mortal grade spiritual weapon. Especially a genius martial artist, they were even more skillful in mobilizing the power of a spiritual weapon. My sword will not show mercy. Yuqinya looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. The sword in his hand was pointed at Ling Xiao's vital points from afar. His aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao. If you dare to touch Mo Tsong, I dare to touch you. There was no room for negotiation. It was domineering and unreasonable. This was the gentleman sword Yuqinya. This was the young expert ranked 5th in the everlasting joy immortal island. Ling Xiao was still unmoved and continued to walk forward. The enemy was very strong, but it wasn't the kind of strength that couldn't be defeated. If he had to cower in the face of such an opponent, then Ling Xiao, would definitely have an inner demon on his path of martial arts in the future. Since there was difficulty, he would just break through it. There was nothing to be afraid of. Behind him, a rising sun hung high, and all of its blazing light poured onto the divine light sword. He knew that his opponent this time wasn't Mo Tsong, but Yuqinya. As long as he could defeat Yuqinya, he could kill Mo Tsong if he wanted to. The gentleman sword Yuqinya stood in front of Mo Tsong, just like that, looking coldly at Ling Xiao. And Mo Tsong stood there without moving. He had placed all of his hopes on Yuqinya. Just now, Yuqinya actually asked him a question. If I save you, you will become my subordinate and follow me back to the everlasting joy immortal island. How about it? Yuqinya was an ambitious person. He wasn't satisfied with the everlasting joy immortal island remaining on only one island. He wanted to unify the heavenly dragon continent and divine phoenix continent, and he wanted the everlasting joy immortal island to become the largest empire in the profound world. He had never told this to anyone before. He only carried it out slowly. Although Mo Tsong's right arm was crippled, puppet technology was so advanced now. It wasn't difficult to reattach a crippled right arm. to the puppet masters of the everlasting joy immortal island. This was as easy as flipping their hands. Therefore, Emo Tsong could be one of his capable subordinates. As long as he saved Emo Tsong and asked the Ice Phoenix clan for a slave, the Ice Phoenix clan wouldn't dare to refuse. After all, even the Divine Phoenix Empire was under the rule of the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Chapter 1406. Emo Tsong had agreed to go with Yu Tianya. He had bet his future on Yu Tianya. This was an absolute powerhouse, much stronger than him. Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to get any benefits from this person. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao walked to less than 10 meters away from Yu Tianya and said in a cold voice, "I don't want to make things difficult for you out of respect for the everlasting Joy ancestor, but don't make a mistake." Mistake? Yu Tianya laughed. Ling Xiao actually dared to threaten him? If you want to make a move, then do it quickly. I, Gentleman's Sword, will definitely not let the person I want to save die. Yu Tianya looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? I killed Sword Devil and offended the Permitha Immortal Island. I killed Gao Yongwen and offended the Black Water Immortal Island. Although the everlasting Joy Immortal Island is slightly stronger than them, they're basically on the same level. I'm giving you a chance now, because I don't want to become enemies with the everlasting Joy ancestor. He's a good man. Ling Xiao stood there and said slowly in a cold voice, "If that's the case, then you can rest assured. I don't belong to the ancestor's faction in the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. To be more precise, the ancestor is now a mere figurehead, and I'm one of the instigators." Gentleman Sword said indifferently. He was not lying. When the ancestor was injured, the two Vice Island masters took the opportunity to seize power and get rid of the ancestor's trusted aides to control the everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Although Ling Xiao later saved the ancestor's power at that time was already gone. After returning to the everlasting Joy Immortal Island, he announced that he was going into seclusion and publicly handed over power to the two Vice Island masters. Gentleman Sword had always been very proud because he was one of the two Vice Island masters. So that's the case. Then it's easy. When Ling Xiao heard Noble Sword's words, he no longer had any worries. He looked at Noble Sword indifferently. The moment he spoke, an extremely vicious killing intent pounced on Gentleman Sword and entered Yu Tianya's body. It was like a poisonous insect, wreaking havoc in the depths of Yu Tianya's soul. Yu Tianya actually felt fear, a fear that he had never felt before. He didn't understand. His cultivation was clearly much higher than his opponent's, and his experience wasn't inferior to his opponent's. But why was there such a clear difference in sword intent? Ling Xiao continued to walk forward. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. Yu Tianya's feet actually moved back a little bit. However, he moved back very quickly. However, that subconscious action completely betrayed his inner thoughts. He was actually afraid. He was actually frightened by a mere third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. How was this possible? He did not believe that he would be afraid of Ling Xiao. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Suddenly, Yu Tianya coldly shouted and stabbed out with the noble sword in his hand. This sword seemed to have pierced through a long river. Terrifying water poured down from the sky, turning into fierce waves that smashed towards Ling Xiao. Boom! However, before the attack could reach Ling Xiao, it was completely evaporated by the high temperature. The sky was filled with fog, hazy and indistinct. However, it made that trace of subconscious fear in Yu Tianya's heart clearly take root and germinate. His attack was actually so easily neutralized by Ling Xiao. This caused his confidence to drop significantly. 5 meters, 3 meters. Ling Xiao rapidly approached Yu Tianya, completely having no intention of going around Yu Tianya. Since there were obstructions on the way, then he should break through them and not go around them. Although he might still be able to reach his goal by going around them, it would waste time and effort. Moreover, that path would still have obstructions that would forever lie there, difficult to reach. To a martial artist, this was simply a huge taboo. Scram! When he was still around 2 meters away from Yu Tianya, Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. The powerful voice fused with a terrifying soul pressure. Yu Tianya's heart seemed to have exploded. His feet finally retreated again. And this time, he retreated a full 2 to 3 steps before he could stand firm. Damn it! Yu Tianya didn't want to retreat at all, but his body didn't seem to listen to his orders at all. He could only use battle to numb himself. His sword pierced out once again, but his heart was already in a mess. The sword technique was simply full of flaws. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to use his sword to block it. He just flicked out a crimson sun, all lightly, and easily sent the gentleman's sword in Yu Tianya's hand flying. I told you to scram. In that instant, what Yu Tianya saw wasn't Ling Xiao, but a giant beast that could devour the heavens. He was already hallucinating, because that terrifying soul pressure of Ling Xiao's made his rhythm go haywire. His mind also fell into complete chaos. Monster! Yu Tianya cried out in shock. In an instant, he actually fled several hundred meters away like a frightened rabbit, leaving the pitiful Emo Tsong there. When everyone saw this scene, they simply didn't know how to express their feelings. Gentleman Sword Yu Tianya. This was a famous young powerhouse in the pugilistic world, the 5th young disciple of Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. His performance when facing Ling Xiao was actually inferior to Feng Ming Qingshan. Actually, they didn't know. When Ling Xiao fought with Feng Ming Qingshan and Emo Tsong, he didn't use his soul power at all. Otherwise, those 2 salted fishes would not be enough to deal with them. Ling Xiao's soul power was one of his trump cards. It was constantly improving and strengthening. However, he deliberately didn't use it in battle. Since it was a trump card, the less it was used, the greater the surprise. If it was completely seen through by others, then the effect would probably be greatly reduced. Looking disdainfully at Yu Tianya, who had an extremely ugly expression in the distance, Ling Xiao cast his gaze towards Emo Kong. The ice-cold killing intent also completely transferred from Yu Tianya to Emo Kong. Without Yu Tianya blocking in front, Emo Tsong, who was directly facing Ling Xiao, felt as if he had taken off his clothes and was standing in a world of ice and snow. Enduring the bone-piercing cold, he simply couldn't control his entire body from trembling. His eyes stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, he already had no intention to fight. All that was left was fear and unwillingness. Perhaps there was also a trace of hatred. I know that you hate, and I also know that you're unwilling. However, it's useless. You brought all of this upon yourself. That pitiful expression you're showing can't move me. I must kill you. Ling Xiao gently waved the divine light sword in his hand. This time, he didn't inject too much inner energy into it. All along, Ling Xiao's battle had been very precise. The use of every move was carried out in exquisite calculations. However much inner energy should be used, he would use it. He would definitely not waste it casually. After all, he had a lot of enemies. Casually wasting his inner strength was a waste of natural resources. Emo Tsong turned around and fled. He knew that he had no chance and could only escape. He didn't know whether he could escape or not. However, at this moment, he already had no other thoughts. Ling Xiao was too terrifying. He wasn't someone he could fight against at all. Kill. There wasn't the slightest bit of sympathy in Ling Xiao's eyes. With a slash of his sword, the sword chi pierced through the air for tens of meters and nailed Emo Tsong to a tree. Chapter 1407. After reaching the third grotto heaven realm, the power of Ling Zhao's divine light sword was naturally different from before. It was stronger and sharper than before. The rising sun hung behind his head, absorbing the power of the scarlet sun. It was like a real scarlet sun, but much smaller. This power was now completely concentrated on the divine light sword, and it pierced through Mo Tsong's body. Even if Mo Tsong didn't die, he would probably become a cripple. Ah! Mo Tsong let out a shrill cry of terror. In that moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind. But when these thoughts gathered together, there was only regret. Why? Why did he have to find Ling Xiao? Most of the people on Emerald Ripple Island were killed by the people brought by Feng Mingxiao. It was because he was afraid of the Ice Phoenix clan and felt that Ling Xiao was easy to bully. However, it was only now that he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao was actually not that easy to bully. Bastard! On the other side, the gentleman's sword Yu Tianya, who had been scared off by Ling Zhao's terrifying soul power, could only watch as everything happened. He didn't even have the courage to attack. This person had suffered from today's setbacks. If he couldn't pull himself together, his future path of martial arts would be full of obstacles. His inner demon had already formed. Facing a martial artist like Ling Xiao, he would definitely feel fear. Perhaps he wouldn't even have the courage to fight. Ling Xiao ignored him. He only looked at Mo Tsong and said, "Don't struggle. Just accept death. Maybe you'll feel better." He noticed that Mo Tsong didn't want to die. His body was still struggling. All the inner energy in his body gathered on his wound, trying to force the divine light sword back. "I don't want to die," Mo Tsong roared. These were his true thoughts. "If you don't want to die, you should have made your decision long ago. You shouldn't have waited until now. I'm very interested in how you survived in the city of sin." Ling Xiao always had this question in his heart, so he wanted to verify it today. His right hand twisted in the air. As his right hand twisted, the divine light sword also rotated in Mo Tsong's body. Ah! Another miserable shriek rang out, but this shriek came to an abrupt end. Because Mo Tsong was dead, the terrifyingly high temperature, and Ling Zhao's twisting of the blade caused Mo Tsong's internal organs to be completely destroyed. Withdraw. Retrieving the divine radiance sword, Mo Tsong's body fell limply to the ground. However, he still went over to check. He was indeed dead. There was no doubt about that. Thus, Ling Xiao turned around and left. Do I really have to kill him? Emerald Wave Sword Mo Tsong was crippled just like that. The noble geniuses who hadn't left yet swallowed their saliva nervously. This scene had left a deep impression on them. Ling Xiao showed no mercy at all. Even though the other party was already at the end of his rope, he had no intention of holding back. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already more than 100 meters away from Mo Kong. In that instant, Mo Tsong's lifeless body suddenly moved. A black gas wrapped around his body, and his body quickly fled. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that not only did Mo Tsong come back to life, he was even stronger than before. What was going on? Godly light travel. Ling Zhao's body turned into a line. A shining golden line appeared in front of Mo Tsong in an instant. "Tell me, what martial arts did you practice? I can spare your life." He was very curious about Mo Tsong's martial arts. This guy's martial arts could actually revive the dead. This was too strange. "I can't tell you." Mo Tsong shook his head and looked at Ling Xiao with hatred. "If you don't tell me, I'll turn you into pus today. I don't believe you can still come back to life." Ling Zhao's cold voice sounded. A blazing ball of light condensed in his hand. This ball of light was the rising sun behind him. This was still the divine radiance sword. It was just a variant. The sharpness of the attack was weakened, and instead, the high temperature was strengthened. As long as one was touched by this ball of light, one's body would definitely quickly melt and turn into pus. Song is stupid. Hurry up and tell me, what secret is more important than his own life? Does this idiot really want to die? In the crowd, many people were anxious for Kong. You finally got a chance to live. Is it really good to waste it like this? Do you still want to take revenge? Don't forget, you two Fourth Grotto Heaven realm martial artists have no chance of winning against Ling Xiao, a Third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. In the future, you won't have any chance. Even if you don't like it, you have to hold it in. Don't even think about taking revenge. You won't have the chance at all. You won't tell me? Ling Xiao asked faintly. I can't. That's our Emerald Wave Island's secret. Song shook his head. He was very determined on this matter. Okay, since you won't tell me, then die. The small red sun in Ling Xiao's hand kept approaching Kong. The blazing high temperature had already begun to take effect. The storm above the red sun was released. Song's clothes began to burn, and his skin felt a burning pain. I'll tell you, the threat of death made Song finally choose to compromise. He had already made a wrong choice once. He didn't want to make the same mistake a second time, because if he made another mistake this time, then he really wouldn't be able to keep his life. Very good. Ling Xiao, keep my word. As long as you tell me the truth about your resurrection, I can definitely spare you. Ling Xiao said faintly. He really planned to do so. He believed that the secret he got from Song was definitely more meaningful than his life. After all, Song wouldn't be able to pose a threat to him in the future. Boom. At this moment, two powerful auras descended. They actually sent Ling Xiao flying in an instant, and Song was safe and sound. Ling Xiao, you actually dared to injure my son in broad daylight. Do you really think that the monarch of Divine Phoenix Empire is someone you can bully as you wish? The one who released the terrifying aura that sent Ling Xiao flying was precisely the monarch Feng Ming Wu Liang, and the other powerful aura was Medicine King Sun Zai. I'll go take a look at young Master Qingshan's situation first. Medicine King Sun Zai seemed to have no intention of getting involved in the dispute between Feng Ming Wu Liang and Ling Xiao. Instead, he turned around to check on the situation of Phoenix Cry Green Mountain. The current Song seemed to have escaped from death. He hurriedly hid behind Feng Ming Wu Liang. Noble Sword Yu Tianya couldn't protect him. Feng Ming Wu Liang should be able to protect him. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Wu Liang and revealed a mocking sneer. You're worthy of being called monarch? Your son came to my Qingshu college to kill me, and I'm not allowed to do anything? It's the father's fault for not teaching him well. As a father, you didn't fulfill any responsibility. How I discipline my son is not up to you to teach him, Feng Ming Wu Liang said, then looked at Noble Sword Yu Tianya and said, You Tianya, you're actually scared by this brat? He only used despicable methods to create an illusion. Chapter 14:08. Illusion? Yu Tianya was stunned for a moment. He did not quite understand what Feng Ming Wu Liang was talking about. He's a mere Third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He knows that he absolutely can't gain the slightest bit of advantage when facing you head-on. Hence, he used his soul force to forcefully create an illusion to make you feel fear. He's not a soul race clansman. His soul force can't kill people at all. Hence, you don't have to be afraid at all. As long as you have a firm martial Dao heart, you can crack that kind of senseless trick. Feng Ming Wu Liang looked at Yu Tianya indifferently and said, Don't forget, you're the 5th-ranked young powerhouse of Last Joy Immortal Island, a 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. How can he, a mere martial artist who just advanced to the third Grotto Heaven realm, compare with you. If he could defeat you, he wouldn't use this kind of despicable and senseless method. Actually, he's afraid of you. How is this possible? Yu Qianya was immediately stunned, his face flushing red. He thought that it was because he saw through Ling Zhao's terrifying strength, so he wisely chose to avoid the spearhead. But hearing this, why did it seem like he was frightened by the illusion that Ling Xiao created? This was also too humiliating. Ling Xiao was clearly unable to defeat him, but relied on a senseless trick and completely did not fight and scared him away. Once this kind of thing spread out, he would really have no face to mingle in the pugilistic world anymore. However, disbelieving was disbelieving. But carefully thinking about Ling Zhao's every action just now, there was really such a possibility. Ling Xiao was clearly only third Grotto Heaven realm cultivation, and even just exchanged blows with 2 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. How could he possibly have the strength to spare to exchange blows with him? Too stupid. He was really too stupid to actually make this kind of low-level mistake. Simply disgraceful. Ling Xiao, am I right? Fengming Wuliang looked at Ling Xiao once more and asked indifferently. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Fengming Wuliang's words were half right. Dealing with a 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was indeed not such an easy thing. Moreover, Ling Xiao had just experienced a battle. His body's consumption was not low. That was why he had chosen to use his soul power to intimidate the other party and force them to back off. But to say that his soul power couldn't kill people, this was purely Fengming's ignorance. Ling Xiao had cultivated 2 types of soul secret arts. One was the soul judgment, and the other was the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Both of them could kill. It was just that Fengming Wuliang didn't know. However, this old thing was able to see through his thoughts. His eyesight was much better than Yu Qianya's, as expected of an yin-yang realm martial artist. Although his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the yin-yang realm, his insight was not something that others could compare to. Ha! You're right, Your Majesty. I really don't have any strength left to deal with the noble sword, which is why I used such a boring trick to scare him. I just didn't think that he would be so cowardly, that he would actually be frightened by me. Ling Xiao smiled and shrugged. What? The instant he heard those words, Yu Qianya directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This Ling Xiao had clearly exhausted a lot of his energy, but he actually managed to scare him with just his cunning and imposing manner. He felt that this was truly too embarrassing. He had never been so embarrassed before. How shameful. This would be the shame of the noble sword's, life. Yu Qianya, why do you have to take this to heart? You're an outstanding disciple of the everlasting joy celestial island and a young genius with a 5th Grotto Heaven realm cultivation. Your future is bright and splendid. On this path, you may encounter many troubles and difficulties. However, as long as you don't shrink back and face the difficulties head-on, then not only will you not be mocked by others, you'll instead be respected by others. Consider this a lesson. I believe that if you encounter a similar situation again, you won't be like this. To you, this isn't a humiliation, but a valuable experience. The next time Ling Xiao dares to use this kind of trick against you, it won't have any meaning. Since ancient times, small tricks and cleverness have always been the last. True strength is the orthodox. You have the strength, so why should you be afraid of those small tricks? For some reason, Fengming Wuliang actually started to enlighten Yu Qianya. This monarch was probably used to buying people's hearts. The everlasting joy celestial island was the sect master island of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and Yu Qianya was the favorite disciple of the 2 vice island masters who held real power. If he could build a good relationship with this person, He could be of use during the divine Phoenix Empire selection in the future. That was probably what Fengming Wuliang was thinking. Fengming Wuliang's words were like a heavy hammer that fiercely smashed into Yu Tianya's soul realm. It made him feel that his heart was bright and clear in an instant. He suddenly understood. Ever since he started his cultivation journey, it had really been too smooth. Because of the everlasting joy celestial island, many people didn't dare to truly become his enemy. Therefore, his martial path was too smooth, and he almost didn't encounter any twists and turns. It was precisely because of this that he was in such a sorry state when he encountered Ling Xiao today. Fengming Wuliang's words were to tell him that this wasn't bad luck, but an opportunity. After experiencing this setback, not only should he not feel humiliated, he would instead become even stronger. Ling Xiao looked at Fengming Wuliang and sighed in his heart. No wonder young geniuses all needed a master. This was the reason. Young people might have outstanding talent, but their experience was too shallow after all, and they couldn't withstand the storm at all. If they didn't have a master or an elder to guide them, they might really do some stupid things. Even Ling Xiao had many masters. Although some of them weren't official masters, they had given him a lot of pointers, allowing him to avoid many detours. Thank you for your pointers, monarch. Yu Tianya will remember your words in his heart. Yu Tianya bowed 90 degrees, then respectfully bowed towards Fengming Wuliang, then turned and left. Before he left behind a sentence for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, today's matter, let's settle it during the Dragon Phoenix selection. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to grow. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, I'm just afraid that Fengming Wuliang's words won't save you, but harm you instead. You don't need to scare me anymore. It's useless. When the voice came over, Yu Qianya was already far away. Scaring? Ling Xiao didn't scare Yu Qianya. He only said that he didn't have the spare strength to deal with Yu Qianya today, but he didn't say that he couldn't deal with Yu Qianya. These were two different concepts. If Yu Qianya wasn't frightened by his soul force, then he might very well use even more intense methods to repel him. At that time, Yu Qianya would probably be even more defeated. Emotsong, you should leave too. With me around, no one can kill you. Fengming Wuliang turned back to glance at Emotsong and said, although Emotsong's performance today was really terrible, Fengming Wuliang was also very interested in Emotsong's secret of coming back from the dead. Saving Emotsong might be of great benefit to him, so he naturally had to do so. Thank you for your life-saving grace, monarch. Emotsong cupped his hands joyfully and turned around to leave. However, at this time, Ling Xiao's icy cold voice suddenly sounded. Leave? Emotsong, you seem to have forgotten something, right? Wanting to leave alive without revealing your secret of coming back from the dead. Did I allow it? Chapter 1409. Did I say you could leave? Ling Xiao looked at Emotsong coldly and said indifferently, before you leave behind the secret of your resurrection. Otherwise, die. This guy is indeed arrogant. He dares to not give any face to the person that the emperor wants to protect. When the young talents heard Ling Xiao's words, they all frowned. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen such arrogant people. He was simply a madman. The emperor and medicine king were both here. What secrets did you still want? Wasn't that a joke? Emotsong sneered and said, Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. I have the emperor's protection now. Do you dare to kill me? Can you kill me? He was not an idiot. He naturally knew that Fengming Wuliang protected him for the secret of his resurrection. So he was very proud. This secret of his could still save his life. Facing Ling Xiao, he was actually a little arrogant. You are courting death. Fengming Wuliang frowned and said, I said to let him go, so I will let him go. Even if the Moon Maiden came, she would still say the same thing. Do you want the Moon Maiden to be buried with you? As the emperor, Feng Mingwuliang was really angry. He had the urge to strangle Ling Xiao to death. This boy had not given him face time and time again. He even killed his 9th son and seriously injured his 8th son. Even if he was heartless, he was still his own son. He could kill him, but others could not. He hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Feng Mingwuliang, do you still have the time to care about others? You should care about your son, Feng Ming Qingshan. Son, Su can't save him. Ling Xiao revealed a sunny smile, but this smile was filled with sarcasm and confidence. Nonsense. Medicine King Sun Su is much better than you. You can't save someone, but he can't? Feng Mingwuliang said disdainfully. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I admit that in terms of medical skills, Medicine King Sun Su is a little stronger than me, but Feng Ming Qingshan was injured by me. I know his situation the best. If I say Sun Su can't save him, he can't save him. Boy, you dare to look down on this old man? Medicine King Sun Su also looked at Ling Xiao with disgust. When they were in Sin City, Ling Xiao didn't give him any face. Now that they were in Divine Phoenix Empire's capital, this boy still didn't give him any face. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had the guts to look down on him like this. Ling Xiao said with a smile, In a moment, this old man will let you know that the title of Medicine King is not just for show. Medicine King's son, Su, coldly snorted and no longer argued with Ling Xiao. Instead, he lowered his head and continued to examine Phoenix Mountain's injuries. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully, then looked at Feng Mingwuliang and said, It's said that emperors are heartless. Today, I've seen it for myself. Your own son is in danger, but you only care about protecting an unrelated person. Impressive, hee. Stop talking nonsense. We are not Yu Qinya. We will not be fooled by your stupid words. Feng Mingwuliang shouted. Do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Bet. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. This person, not only was his strength frighteningly strong, he was also so confident in his medical skills. What did he want to bet? Could it be that he wanted to bet whether Feng Ming Qingshan would die? We don't have time to joke with you. Feng Mingwuliang naturally wouldn't bet because there were no benefits. As a monarch, betting with a beggar was a loss of face. Ling Xiao didn't force him. He only stared at Mo Tsong and didn't make a move. He didn't want to make a move on a problem that could be solved without making a move. After all, he had indeed consumed a lot of energy in the battle just now. If he really fought, he didn't want to involve the Moon Maiden. Anyway, he was sure that Feng Mingwuliang would definitely beg him later. That was enough. Mo Tsong didn't know whether to leave or not. He stood there like a block of wood, frozen. Although he wouldn't die for the time being, it was likely that his secret couldn't be kept. How could this be? He fell into despair once again. Feng Mingwuliang also didn't speak. He was waiting, although he didn't want to believe Ling Zhao's words. If Ling Zhao's words were serious, perhaps Mo Tsong's life could be exchanged for the life of his son. After all, Feng Ming Qingshan was not only his son, but also a young genius with aptitude and talent that many young people couldn't match. It would be a pity if he died. Of course, more importantly, he couldn't bear the responsibility of not saving his own son. Feng Ming Qingshan's mother had a high status in the Ice Phoenix clan. He didn't want to offend his concubine because of this matter. Once he offended her, he was likely to lose power in the Ice Phoenix clan, causing the entire clan to turn to Feng Ming Chi Mountain. That would be terrible. People who engaged in politics thought too much. While Feng Mingwuliang's mind was in a mess, Medicine King Sun Zai's brows were tightly knitted. Sun Zai's face alternated between red and white. Obviously, he couldn't do anything about Feng Ming Qingshan's injuries, although he had tried many treatment methods, and even almost healed the external injuries, showing his superb skills. He still couldn't do anything about it. However, Feng Ming Qingshan remained unconscious, and even his breathing became weaker and weaker. Sun Zai, don't force yourself if you can't save him. Anyway, the emperor doesn't care about his son's life or death. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Medicine King Sun Zai's face was gloomy to the extreme. He was actually told by a little brat that he couldn't save Feng Ming Qingshan. Although he thought highly of himself, he didn't want to offend Feng Ming Wuliang. In the end, he stood up helplessly and shook his head. Your Majesty, please forgive this old man for being powerless. Even if the great overarching immortals descended to the mortal world, I'm afraid they can't save him. How could this be? Feng Ming Wuliang was stunned for a moment, revealing a touch of sadness and anger. At least, he still had a little bit of feelings. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have doubted whether Feng Ming Qingshan was his biological son. Senior Sun Zai, you are saying this too early. Feng Ming Qingshan is not dead yet. Is it really good to make an assertion so early? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me you can save him? Sun Zai asked coldly. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and said, I injured him. Naturally, I know where his problem lies. It's easy to save him. Is this true? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Medicine King Sun Zai snorted coldly, looked at Feng Ming Wuliang, and said, Your Majesty, do you believe this kid's nonsense? Hee. Feng Ming Qingshan is not your son. Of course, you don't care, but His Majesty the Emperor loves his son very much. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Well, you go and try. If you save him, today's matter will be written off. I will never trouble you. Feng Ming Wuliang pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. Saving his son or saving his face actually made it so difficult for him to choose. There was no one else like him. Chapter 14:10. Feng Ming Wuliang hesitated for a long time. Although letting Ling Xiao save Feng Ming Qing might cause Medicine King's son, Bu, to lose face, after weighing the pros and cons, his son's life and the support of the clan were more important. However, Ling Xiao did not move. Feng Ming Wuliang, don't you think I'm too noble? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Wuliang with disdain. You want me to save someone who tried to kill me, and you don't give me any benefits? Do you think I'm an idiot? Feng Ming Wuliang was furious, but his face was full of smiles as he said, We were careless. If you can really save Qingshan, from today onwards, we will let bygones be bygones and put you in an important position. We can even recommend you to join the corps of the Divine Guards of Justice and become a member of the most respected troop in the Divine Phoenix Empire. As long as you become a Divine Guard of Justice, no one in the Divine Phoenix Empire will dare to disrespect you, much less touch you. A ferocious tiger was growing strong. Whether to let it grow or to let it wear their family's collar, this had always been the consideration of the members of the imperial family. The Divine Guards of Justice were the secret guards of the Righteous Alliance, and their authority was under the Righteous Alliance's Righteous Court. Although the Righteous Court belonged to the Righteous Alliance, it was a completely independent existence. It was said that the strongest martial artists of the Righteous Alliance lived there, as well as a group of the most loyal Divine Guards. Their purpose was to protect every celestial emperor and the people around him. No matter how many times the emperor changed, the responsibility of the Divine Guards of Justice would not change. Of course, only the core members of the Divine Guards of Justice lived in the Righteous Court. As for the reserve members, they were usually trained in the Righteous Alliance. The discipline of the reserve members was more lax, which was why so many of them had tried to kill Ling Xiao on the street. Of course, even if they were lax, they still obeyed Feng Ming Wuliang's orders. Because the current emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire was Fengming Wuliang. In Fengming Wuliang's view, if Ling Xiao became a divine guard of justice, even if he could not use him, at least he would not become an enemy. This was equivalent to locking up a ferocious tiger that was causing trouble everywhere, which was definitely beneficial to his plan. When the young talents heard the words divine guards of justice, they were obviously very excited. They had heard of such an existence and such a place since they were born. Even if they were given the title of prince, they would not be interested in becoming core divine guards of justice. Not only were there special privileges, but there were also powerful martial arts and the best masters. Everyone knew about Qingshu College and Phoenix Academy, but they did not know that the Morality Courtyard was where the strongest talents gathered. Any of the core divine guards of justice were qualified to compete for the position of the 10 Phoenix Sons. This was enough to show how powerful it was. The divine guards of justice were divided into 3 branches: Outer Court, Inner Court, and Heaven Court. Phoenix Cry Black Mountain and Phoenix Cry Green Mountain were outer courtyard divine guards of justice. These divine guards of justice had a cultivation level below the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. The cultivation levels of the divine guards of justice ranged from the 5th Grotto Heaven realm to the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Even the weakest divine guard of Heaven Court was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. It was even rumored that there might be Yin-Yang divine guards among them. It was a very strict system, and it was very scary, but it was also full of hope. However, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of the divine guards of justice. From what he understood, these people were just wolves that had been chained up and turned into loyal dogs. He was very disdainful of such people. Indeed, Phoenix Cry Infinite was right. If he went to the Morality Courtyard, no one in the Divine Phoenix Empire would dare to bully him. But this was not absolute. For example, Ling Xiao had killed Phoenix Cry Black Mountain, and today he had severely injured Phoenix Cry Green Mountain. These 2 were outer courtyard divine guards of justice. So what if one was killed and the other was grieving? No one came to find trouble with him, right? At the end of the day, the protection of the Moon Lady was much more important than the qualification of being a divine guard of justice. Without the Moon Lady, even if he became a divine guard of justice, would Phoenix Cry Infinite not dare to kill him? He was not that naive. At the end of the day, the mystic world was still a world where strength was respected. If he was strong enough, if his friends were strong enough, no one would dare to bully him or kill him. Otherwise, he would have died a few hundred times already. What's more, Ling Xiao liked the free life of a martial artist. He did not want to be a watchdog for others. It was even harder for him to accept being a watchdog for those nobles that he hated. The life he yearned for was to be unrestrained wherever he went. It was to be unimpeded in the mystic world, and no one dared to provoke him. Whoever provoked him, he would destroy them. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. If God blocked him, he would kill God. He disdained to be a hero. He only wanted to be a free martial artist, an unrestrained martial artist. No one could stop him from going to heaven or hell. What's more, he had once made a great ambition to unify the mystic world and rebuild the glory of the human race. He wanted the heavenly empire to sweep the entire mystic world. If he really became a divine guard of justice, he would be degrading himself. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I don't think being your dog is a reward. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Infinite mockingly. He knew better than anyone what that old thing was thinking. Want to control him? Fat chance. Phoenix Cry Infinite's face was extremely ugly. He was even a little shocked. 9 of his 10 sons had become divine guards of justice, so he knew best how difficult it was to step into the Morality Courtyard. It was also something that many geniuses dreamed of. Since the day the morality courtyard was established, no one had ever refused to enter it. Only martial artists with dreams were mercilessly kicked out by the morality courtyard. Even the Crown Prince Feng Yinshan and Crown Prince Feng Mingqishan had another identity. They were divine guards of justice. Today, Ling Xiao actually rejected his invitation. This made him feel shocked and amused. You probably don't know how great the morality courtyard is. Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan are both divine guards of justice. So am I. Phoenix Cry Infinite said loudly. So what? Ling Xiao still looked at Feng Ming Wuliang indifferently. The shrine that you dream of is nothing more than a huge cage to trap ferocious beasts to me, Ling Xiao. Then what do you want? Phoenix Cry Infinite roared. Can't you just ask? It's so troublesome. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and said, 2 requests. Speak. First, Emo Tsong must be handed over to me. If I say kill him, then kill him. If I let him go, then let him go. You must not interfere. Ling Xiao glanced at Emo Tsong and said, Phoenix Cry Infinite's face was gloomy. He was hesitant. However, at this moment, a cold female voice sounded. Very well, Phoenix Cry Infinite. Is my son's life less than a slave in your eyes? My beloved concubine, why are you here? Phoenix Cry Infinite frowned. The person who came was Feng Mingqing's mother, Phoenix Cry Infinite's concubine. Why am I here? If I didn't come, wouldn't Qing die today? The woman glared fiercely at Feng Ming Wuliang. Chapter 1411. How could that be? Ling Xiao, I can hand Emo Tsong over to you. What's the second request? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. Hearing Feng Ming Wuliang's words, Emo Tsong's face was instantly filled with despair. Although he could imagine that Feng Ming Wuliang would definitely abandon him. But he never thought that it would be so straightforward. After messing around for so long, his hope was actually in vain. There was no meaning at all. It was laughable that he thought that he could keep the secret in his heart when he met this monarch. It turned out that it was just drawing water with a sieve. Second, give me your Ice Phoenix clan's Ice Fury. Impossible. Feng Ming Wuliang directly rejected it. Ice Fury was a mortal-grade spirit weapon. Although it had been placed in the Ice Phoenix clan's armory without anyone using it because the sword was too heavy and couldn't be sharpened, it wasn't valued. But no matter what, it was a mortal-grade spirit weapon. How could he give it to Ling Xiao? A broken sword. Just give it to him. I'll make the decision. Feng Mingqing's mother spoke again. It's just a mortal-grade spirit weapon. Could it be more important than my precious son? What she said was right. She only had one son. Feng Ming Wuliang had 10 sons. She definitely valued her son more than Feng Ming Wuliang. A mortal-grade spirit weapon had become broken. That was probably the highest level weapon in the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent. Here, give it all. Feng Ming Wuliang gritted his teeth and finally agreed. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao, but of his own concubine. Now you can go save Qingshan, right? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. That won't do. How do I know that you won't go back on your words? After all, you imperial family members are best at this kind of trick. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I can temporarily guarantee that he won't die, but if you want him to wake up, immediately give me Ice Fury. Then what if you take it and don't save him? Feng Ming Wuliang was annoyed. Monarch must be joking. This is the capital city of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to take your Ice Phoenix clan's things and run away. Moreover, I still want to participate in the upcoming Dragon Phoenix selection. If I leave, wouldn't I lose my chance? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Your Majesty, just agree with him. If he can't save Qingshan, it won't be too late to kill him then. Feng Mingqing's mother said. Fine, I'll go get it myself. Feng Ming Wuliang left quickly and returned quickly as well. In less than 30 breaths of time, this speed was nothing to a Yinyang realm martial artist. Here, Feng Ming Wuliang threw the Fury of Ice to Ling Xiao. This sword was not sharpened, so it did not have a scabbard. The body of the sword was very wide and required both hands to wield it more easily. The entire sword weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Ordinary grotto heaven realm martial artists would not be able to lift it. Feng Ming Wuliang threw the sword to Ling Xiao because he wanted Ling Xiao to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. However, he did not know that Ling Xiao had fused with the blood of the primordial golden dragon when he was in the martial vein realm. His strength was much greater than ordinary people. The current him was probably stronger than a Yinyang realm martial artist in terms of pure strength. His punch was probably 20 to 30,000 pounds of strength. It was not a problem for him to hold a sword that weighed tens of thousands of pounds with one hand. Good sword. Ling Xiao held the Fury of Ice with one hand. He could not help but be delighted when he felt the cold aura from the sword. Fury of Ice was originally a heavy sword with the pure ice attribute. However, in the process of using this sword, various elements were sealed in ice, causing the attributes of the heavy sword to become complicated. Ordinary martial artists would not only find it difficult to control their strength, moreover, these complicated attributes were even harder to control. Furthermore, Fury of Ice had not been sharpened, so it was shelved. However, to Ling Xiao, these were not only not disadvantages, but advantages instead. Ling Xiao's Mountain River martial soul was a martial soul that could encompass everything. When these complicated attributes were fused with the light and darkness mysteries, not only would there not be any conflict, but it would also greatly stimulate the power of light and darkness. He held Fury of Ice with both hands. Ling Xiao closed his eyes. In that instant, everyone discovered a strange situation. The Fury of Ice in Ling Xiao's hand actually emitted an incomparably resplendent light, as if sunlight had been sealed into the sword. Suddenly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and slowly walked toward Mo Kong. The rising sun behind him swayed, and the Fury of Ice in his hand shone brightly. His speed wasn't fast, but every step he took made Mo Tsong feel despair and palpitations. You said you wouldn't kill me as long as I tell you the secret. Mo Tsong shouted in horror as he retreated. He had thought that he could keep his life. He had thought that he would not have to die. However, the cruel reality told him otherwise. All of this was just his delusion. His ending could still be death. That's right, I did say that, but that was before you asked Phoenix Cry for help. As Ling Xiao walked, he said indifferently, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Do you really think that I care about your secret of resurrection? I'm just curious. But curiosity can't drive away my anger and unhappiness. You really disappoint me. Your Majesty, save me, save me. I can tell you the secret of resurrection. Mo Tsong cried for help. Can your secret revive Feng Mingqing Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at Mo Tsong sarcastically and asked. Mo Tsong was silent. His ability to come back from the dead was actually just a special martial art. However, this resurrection was only useful to people who cultivated this martial art, and it could only be effective 3 times in a lifetime. He had once cultivated this martial art in order to save his life. However, even the resurrection of this martial art had conditions. That was, the corpse had to be complete, and the heart and head had to be intact, and they could not be separated from the body. Otherwise, there was no doubt that he would still die. Ling Xiao let people off whenever possible. Why did you have to kill him? What good would it? do you to kill him. Moreover, Mo Tsong has already been asked by the morality court. If you kill him, you'll offend the morality court. There's no benefit at all. Phoenix Cry Mountain was still a little unwilling. The secret of Mo Tsong's resurrection was too important to him, an emperor who was always in danger. He really wanted it. I know there's no benefit, but so what? Mo Tsong wants to kill me, so I'll kill him. No matter what I say, I have my reasons. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Moreover, he's just someone who has been asked by the morality court. He hasn't officially joined the morality court yet. Even if he officially became a Justice Divine Guard, so what? He still has to be killed. Don't forget about Phoenix Cry Mountain. I've already killed one of the Justice Divine Guards in the outer court and seriously injured another. What's the big deal if I kill another unofficial one? Chapter 14:12. Ling Xiao actually killed a righteous divine guard. This was simply an earth-shattering event. Everyone present was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who didn't die after killing a righteous divine guard from the outer court. This was simply a miracle. Die. No need to struggle. Death can eliminate all your pain. Ling Xiao stabbed out with fury of ice in his hand. The heavy sword had no edge, but its pure strength was enough to crush everything. A weapon that weighed over 10,000 kilograms. In his hand was simply like a wooden stick that he could wield easily. A feeling of coldness and heat invaded Mo Tsong's body at the same time. Mo Tsong was frozen for a moment, then burned for a moment. He let out a shocking scream in the midst of the torment. Everyone present couldn't help but cover their ears and frown deeply. Of course, this pain didn't last long. Ling Xiao didn't deliberately torture Mo Kong. In less than 2 breaths, Mo Tsong's body turned into steam and completely disappeared. Only the mournful screams and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air, making everyone tremble in fear. What a pity you didn't have to die. Ling Xiao withdrew fury of ice, and the rising sun behind him also returned to the mountain river world. He was really pitiful. Emerald Wave Sword Mo Tsong's talent was top-notch in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. However, this person was cheated by his own father. Then, he was cheated by his own wrong choice. After a moment of pity, Ling Xiao's expression became cold again. Eye of the immortal flask. The eye of Tai Chi rotated, and a gourd appeared above Ling Xiao's head, sucking Mo Tsong's soul in. 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique. Ling Xiao obtained an important piece of information from Mo Tsong's soul. It turned out that the martial art that Mo Tsong cultivated was a cultivation method called 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique. But the problem was that Mo Tsong only obtained a portion of it, which was the 1 death portion. Even so, Mo Tsong had only scratched the surface of this part. It wasn't that Mo Tsong didn't want to cultivate it, but because the words of this cultivation method didn't belong to the mystic world's language. Mo Tsong was just blindly cultivating according to the pictures on it. It was already lucky that he didn't go berserk. However, Ling Xiao could recognize these words. This was all thanks to the extra memories in Ling Xiao's mind during the Battle of the Northern Desert City. The words on it were the words from that memory. Ling Xiao knew every word. That was why he knew that this was the 9 Deaths Reincarnation Technique. This was an extremely terrifying technique. People without courage would definitely not dare to cultivate it, because in order to cultivate to the peak, one had to die 9 times. Furthermore, these 9 deaths could only happen when one's cultivation had reached the peak of a certain stage. The Human Monarch's notes also had records of this cultivation technique. First death required one to reach the limits of the Grotto Heaven realm. After death, the body would reform and strengthen. After reviving, not only would he be able to easily break through to the Yin Yang realm, but his internal energy, strength, speed, and other aspects would also be doubled. If one died before the condition of one death was met, then as long as the corpse was basically intact, they could be revived. Furthermore, his strength would increase as well. It was just that when he truly reached the limits of the Grotto Heaven state, he would no longer be able to use the 9 Deaths reincarnation manual to break through. Damn, this emote song is using gold like wood. What a waste. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. However, this was also good. With the 9 Deaths reincarnation manual in his hands, it could be considered as solving a big problem for him. At the very least, he would not have to worry about breaking through to the Yin-Yang realm from the Grotto Heaven realm. In other words, as long as he cultivated, he could succeed. He had really picked up a treasure, a supreme treasure. Are you satisfied? Fengming Wuliang asked with an ashen face. He actually couldn't stop Ling Xiao from killing Mo Kong. He had really lost face in front of these people. Satisfied? Perhaps. Ling Xiao smiled, faintly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Fengming Wuliang what treasure he had found. He turned and walked towards Fengming Qingshan. The reason why Fengming Qingshan had fainted was actually because he had injected his soul force into the power of light. It had been causing trouble in Fengming Qingshan's soul realm. Medicine King's son, Sa, was a powerful medicine master, but he wasn't a powerful soul warrior. Therefore, he couldn't solve this problem at all. But Ling Xiao could. With just 2 gentle pats, Fengming Qingshan woke up. This scene almost made Fengming Wuliang vomit blood. It was so simple, but he had actually wasted Mo Tsong and the Fury of Ice. This Ling Xiao was really hateful. Respectfully send your majesty back to the palace. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and looked at Fengming Wuliang with a smile. After going back, recuperate more. Young Master Qingshan's injury should still be able to recover. After all, you still have Medicine King's son, Sa, by your side. You brat. Very good. Fengming Wuliang snorted coldly, picked up Fengming Qingshan, and turned to leave. In an instant, everyone who should have left had left. Only the teachers and students who came out of Qingshu College to watch the show were left. How long had it been since the 3 phoenixes made a scene in Qingshu College? Ling Xiao had actually done such a thing again. Fengming Qingshan and Mo Tsong, 2 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, and Yu Qianya, a 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, had actually been defeated by Ling Xiao. Mo Tsong died miserably. Fengming Qingshan was heavily injured and even lost a Fury of Ice. Yu Qianya's spirit had suffered a setback. Although he had been persuaded by Fengming Wuliang, it would still take a long time for him to completely get rid of the shadow. This was the strength of martial strength. And in terms of medical skills, Fengming Qingshan, whom Medicine King's son Sa couldn't save, was actually saved by Ling Xiao. It probably wouldn't be too much to brag about it. For 3 days and 3 nights. No wonder even a girl like Ji Luoyu would look at Ling Xiao in a different light. This kind of genius, there probably weren't many in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Big Brother Ling, are you all right? Ji Luoyu didn't leave with Medicine King's son, Sa. She was Medicine King's son Sa's disciple, but not a slave. It's fine. I have to thank you for today's matter. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't joke around. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such trouble today. You should be thanking the heavens if you don't blame me. You actually want to thank me? Ji Luoyu completely didn't know what Ling Xiao was talking about. She was feeling extremely guilty and ashamed right now. Of course I have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have obtained the Ice Phoenix clan's Fury of Ice. Ling Xiao didn't want to talk about the 9 Deaths reincarnation arts for the time being. However, just the Fury of Ice alone was already a huge gain. What he lacked now was this kind of weapon. With the fury of ice, the power of all his moves would increase by at least 30 to 40%. This was an extremely huge increase. Moreover, Luoyu, you really don't have to take it to heart. They came to find trouble with me just to use you as an excuse. Without you, they could still find other reasons to deal with me. Ling Xiao didn't like to owe others favors, and also didn't like to make a girl feel guilty towards him. After all, a girl with a long face wouldn't look good. Chapter 1413. The news of Ling Xiao and Ji Luoyu being together was quickly spread throughout the Divine Phoenix Empire. As a result, Ling Xiao once again became the public enemy of all the young geniuses. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. If a cultivator wanted to increase their strength, they would have to fight. There was no point in just immersing themselves in cultivation. The more enemies there were, the happier he was. In any case, they were all here to give him experience, so why not? However, he wasn't worried. Some people took this matter very seriously. That day, Feng Yinshan came to visit Ling Xiao. Of course, he didn't come alone. Ming Jin was still following him. However, this time, there were two more people. One was Zongyu's red spider lily from the Permitha Immortal Island. The other was a young man. He was unfamiliar. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen him before. Crown Prince Yinshan is a busy man. How come you have the time to visit me? Ling Xiao prepared tea and sat across from Feng Yinshan without any reservation. He didn't care about the difference in status at all. In his heart, one's status in the mystic world had nothing to do with one's birth. The key was one's strength. Ji Luoyu had already returned. The one accompanying Ling Xiao was Cold Plum. The young man sitting next to Feng Yinshan glanced at Cold Plum. A slight smile appeared on his face. He was clearly very interested in Cold Plum. He couldn't be blamed for this. Although Cold Plum came from a humble background, her appearance was extremely outstanding. In addition, her strength wasn't bad. Naturally, it added a bit of charm to her. Moreover, some people liked women, like Cold Plum, who were cold to others but loyal to themselves. What a pretty maid. This Ling Xiao's luck with women is not bad. The young man was somewhat jealous. Speaking of which, Zongyu's red spider lily's beauty wasn't inferior to Cold Plum's at all. However, she was a woman with a vicious heart. Therefore, he didn't like her. It was better for women to be obedient. What's more, if one looked closely, Zongyu's Permitha's heavy makeup couldn't compare to Cold Plum's fresh and elegant appearance. Ha! I heard that you had a fight with Feng Mingqingshan and killed Blue Wave Sword Emotsung, so I came to visit you. This is our Fire Phoenix tribe's healing panacea. Take it. Feng Yinshan smiled, took out a bottle of medicinal powder, and gave it to Ling Xiao. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Although he didn't need this item, it would be good to give it to someone else. Anything that Feng Yinshan sent would definitely not be bad. Oh, right, brotherling. I presume you've already met this lady spider lily? After handing over the items, Feng Yinshan pointed at Zongyu's red spider lily and asked, Of course I have. I've lived for so many years, but I've rarely seen such a venomous woman. Ling Xiao glanced at Zongyu's red spider lily. He didn't understand. Could it be that Feng Yinshan wanted to be a peacemaker? In fact, although he wasn't afraid of the opposite bank's celestial island, it wouldn't be a bad thing if he could get along with them. There were too many enemies, and it would be bad if he couldn't deal with them. Zongyu's red spider lily heard Ling Xiao's thorny words and was so angry that her face turned red. Your Highness, this Ling Xiao doesn't seem to give you any face, the young man beside her said indifferently. The young man beside him said faintly, We're here to give you face. That's why we came to reconcile with him. His attitude isn't very good. Brother Huang Quan don't misunderstand. I'm afraid that Brother Ling doesn't know our intentions. That's why he's so impulsive. Feng Yinshan hurriedly said. Then I'll have to trouble your highness to make it clear to him, the young man said coldly. It seemed that he didn't even intend to give Feng Yinshan any face. Brother Ling, besides coming to visit you today, I also hope to be a peacemaker, so that you and the opposite bank, Celestial Island, can coexist peacefully. After all, we're all friends. Feng Yinshan's words were very clear. The opposite bank, Celestial Island, was now his ally, so he hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't hold too much of a grudge. Ling Xiao thought about it. He had already killed the sword demon, and it could be considered as avenging the soldiers and civilians who had died in the Heavenly Dynasty's divine capital. If they reconciled, then so be it. It didn't matter if he gave Feng Yinshan some face. Thus, he said, since your highness is mediating, I'll give you face. From now on, I, Ling Xiao, and the opposite bank Celestial Island will mind our own business. Ha ha ha, that's right. Come. Pick up your cups and drink this reconciliation tea together. Feng Yinshan was very happy that Ling Xiao was giving him face. After all, Ling Xiao was someone who rarely gave face to others. He actually felt a sense of relief. However, while Ling Xiao gave him face, someone else didn't give Ling Xiao face. Wait. The young man sneered. Your Highness, Ling Xiao killed my junior brother, the sword demon. Even if he wants to reconcile, he should show some sincerity. If he wants to reconcile without taking anything, what does he take the opposite bank, Celestial Island, for? I, Zhongyu Netherworld, am not that easy to bully. Zhongyu Netherworld? This person's surname was the same as Zhongyu's red spider lily. They should be siblings or cousins. Ling Xiao glanced at Zhongyu Netherworld and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. They were really relatives. These two people were equally arrogant and condescending. However, Zhongyu Netherworld was obviously more overbearing than Zhongyu's red spider lily. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, Brother Netherworld, this seems to be different from what we said before. You are all my friends. Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Zhongyu Netherworld sneered. What's there to make things difficult for your highness? How can a mere Ling Xiao compare to the support of the opposite bank, Celestial Island? With our support, it'll be easy for you to seize the position of the Celestial Emperor. Feng Yinshan's expression didn't look good. He didn't form an alliance with the opposite bank, Celestial Island, to be their puppet. Zhongyu Netherworld seemed to have misunderstood this point. Did he really think that he, Feng Yinshan, was willing to be a puppet Celestial Emperor with a mere opposite bank, Celestial Island? Feng Yinshan's ambition wasn't limited to the divine Phoenix continent. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, Brother Netherworld, what do you think will make you accept the reconciliation? It seems that your highness isn't willing to abandon this Ling Xiao. Well, I'm a magnanimous person anyway. It's not like I have to kill him or get rid of him. As long as he agrees to one of my conditions, we can reconcile. Zhongyu Netherworld said indifferently. Brother Netherworld, please speak. Feng Yinshan breathed a sigh of relief and said, as long as there were conditions to negotiate, it meant that there was still hope. It's very simple. I've taken a fancy to that female servant. Let Ling Xiao give her to me, and the previous matter can be written off. I definitely won't cause trouble for no reason. Zhongyu Netherworld revealed a smug smile and said, Feng Yinshan felt that there shouldn't be a problem. It was just a female servant. Ling Xiao wouldn't go so far as to refuse. However, when he turned his head to look at Ling Xiao, he discovered that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Your Highness, I gave you face and agreed to reconcile. However, the other party clearly doesn't know what's good for him. You can leave now. Ling Xiao stood up and gave the order to leave. He was already very polite now. He was only giving Feng Yinshan face. Chapter 14:14. Feng Yinshan frowned and cried out in his heart. How could he forget Ling Zhao's character? In the eyes of others, Cold Plum might just be a servant, but in Ling Zhao's eyes, Cold Plum was probably closer to him than his wife. You want someone else's wife in front of them. How could they not be angry? Ling Xiao probably didn't make a move because he was giving Feng Yinshan face. Zhongyu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. What are you trying to do with that look? You're just a dog slave. Asking for a cheap servant is your honor. Don't think that you're strong just because you killed Sword Demon. In front of me, you're worse than a dead dog. His words were harsh and his attitude was arrogant. Asking for your woman is giving you face. Is it your honor? Hearing this, how could Ling Xiao not be angry? The battle intent and killing intent on his body grew even stronger. He knew that the current him was not Zhongyu Huangquan's match, but that didn't mean that he would back down. If a man could still sit there calmly when his woman was being insulted, then he would really be a cripple. Zhongyu Huangquan laughed and said, Ling Xiao, why are you angry over a cheap servant? In the end, you're just a dog attached to Feng Yinshan. He can get rid of you at any time and replace you with another. You're very strong and talented. I know that, but offending my cousin is the same as courting death. Zhongyu Huangquan laughed. These were his heartfelt words. His senior brother, Sword Demon, was already very strong. He became a Sword Phoenix as soon as he came to the imperial capital, and she was even stronger than his senior brother. But her cousin, Zhongyu Huangquan, was much stronger than her in terms of talent and cultivation. This time, they came to the imperial capital to let the world know the strength of their Permitha Immortal Island. Let the young elites of the Sky Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, 7 Martial Sect Island, and 5 Immortal Island tremble under their feet. Slap! Zhongyu Huangquan, who was speaking, was suddenly slapped in the face. It was Long Mei who did it. Even if it was Long Mei, she would probably be angry in her heart when she kept calling her a lowly servant. It was Ling Zhao's first time seeing her take action because of something like this. You hit me? Zhongyu and Permitha's expression changed. At this moment, she finally understood that the lowly servant she spoke of was much stronger than her. Although it was a sneak attack, this slap really made her somewhat fearful. Zhongyu Huangquan also frowned slightly. Soon after, he smiled and said, The woman I like is indeed powerful. Now, I like you more and more. Ling Xiao, I'll give you time to consider, but you can't wait until after the Dragon Phoenix selection. If you give her to me, I can protect you and even help you stand out in the Dragon Phoenix selection. Scram! Ling Xiao suddenly slammed the table. The thick stone table immediately cracked. Behind Ling Xiao, a sun rose, and above his head hung a radiant divine sword. He knew that he was no match for Zhongyu Huangquan, but at this moment he really wanted to kill. Brother Huangquan, Lady Permitha, let's go. This is Qingshu College. Feng Yinshan saw that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. He didn't want his 2 allies to kill each other here. So he stood up and said, Not far away, Zhou Yun had already appeared. He was here to help Feng Yinshan out. Only when he appeared would Zhongyu and Huangquan retreat. Otherwise, there would be a battle of life and death today. Zhongyu Huangquan also noticed Zhou Yun. He couldn't help but look coldly at Zhou Yun and said, There's nothing that I, Zhongyu Huangquan, can't get. Just you wait. Sooner or later, your woman will be happy at my knees. Scram! This time, Ling Xiao made his move. Isis Fury instantly attacked. After fusing with the radiant divine sword, it stabbed towards Zhongyu Huangquan. The rising sun behind him also turned into a scorching sun. Radiant divine sword, scorching sun change. Zhong Yu Huangquan only stretched out his hand contemptuously and gently patted the tip of Ling Zhao's sword. Bang! Ling Zhao's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell outside the pavilion. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Trash! Zhong Yu Huangquan snorted coldly. He stood there like a high and mighty war god. However, in the next moment his brows suddenly furrowed. A sense of crisis that he had never felt before came over him. He subconsciously dodged. However, a scream still came out from his mouth. His abdomen seemed to have been bitten by something. A gap appeared, and blood gushed out. Void Shadow Crocodile. It's been a long time since I used this move. Ling Xiao stood up. Although he vomited blood, his face was full of smiles. The opponent was much stronger than him, but he still managed to injure him. In this attack, it could only be considered a draw. This move of the Void Shadow Crocodile was usually used against opponents who were stronger than him. Today, because he was inferior to the opponent, he used it. You despicable dog. You dare to injure me, I'll kill you. Zhong Yu Huangquan was completely enraged. Ling Xiao, whom he looked down on, had actually injured him. Although this kind of injury was nothing to him, it was nothing. However, if it wasn't for his extraordinary intuition, he would have been bitten in half. Die! Cold Plum's sword had already been unsheathed. If not for Ling Zhao's attack, she would have attacked first. Now that she heard that Zhong Yu Huangquan dared to insult Ling Xiao, she finally couldn't help but attack. However, just as she attacked, Zhong Yu Huangquan was blasted away. The one who attacked was Zhou Yun. Zhong Yu Huangquan, this is Qingshu College, not your Permitha Immortal Island. Don't go overboard. Zhou Yun said coldly. Cold Plum's sword didn't stab out in the end. She was a little doubtful whether Zhou Yun was helping them or helping Zhong Yu Huangquan. After all, she was confident that she could kill the injured Zhong Yu Huangquan with one strike. Trash that only knows how to hide behind a woman. I will remember today's grudge. I'll say it again. If I, Zhong Yu Huangquan, have my eyes on a woman, I will definitely think of a way to get her. You better keep a close eye on her. Zhong Yu Huangquan stood up and glanced at Zhou Yun indifferently. Then he looked at Ling Xiao coldly and looked down at Ling Xiao. In his opinion, he was injured because he was careless. If he wasn't careless, Ling Xiao wouldn't have any chance to hurt him, and he could easily crush Ling Xiao to death. The problem was Cold Plum. This woman was very strong. However, such a strong woman made him have a strong desire to conquer her. Enough! Zhou Yun roared. Today, I will give face to Senior Zhou Yun. Let's go! Zhong Yu Huangquan still didn't dare to provoke Zhou Yun. Although Zhou Yun definitely wouldn't dare to kill him, offending a strong person wasn't a good thing. He called out to Zhong Yu Huangquan and turned to leave. Brother Ling, I'm sorry about today's matter. I didn't expect that guy to be such a hooligan. Feng Yinshan cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and then left with a sigh. Today's matter, he had really miscalculated and done a very stupid thing. Chapter 14:15. Looking at the backs of Feng Yinshan and the others, Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Am I a piece of trash who hides behind a woman? Very well, then let me use my own strength to kill you. Today's matter is not over. Senior Zhou, I hope you will not interfere in the matter between me and the Permitha Immortal Island in the future. He suddenly looked at Zhou Yun and said indifferently, I can understand that you are protecting Zhong Yu in the Yellow Springs for the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains, but I cannot accept it. This is the only time. There will be no next time. Lemay, let's go. Ling Xiao did not give Zhou Yun any face. Even a fool could see that although Zhou Yun appeared to be helping them today, he was actually protecting Zhong Yu Huangquan. Otherwise, that idiot would have died. Zhou Yun's old face was a little red. He smiled awkwardly and did not say anything. Although Ling Xiao was rude, he had done something wrong, so he could not say anything. This was also because he had helped Ling Xiao before. If it were anyone else, Ling Xiao would have already cursed. Master, that Zhong Yu Huangquan is very strong. I might not be able to kill him one-on-one. After returning to the room, Cold Plum said with a frown, I know. Ling Xiao nodded and said, back then, Si Kongzun was even stronger, but didn't he still die? Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Zhong Yu Huangquan provoked and insulted us for no reason. I will remember this debt. The enmity between him and the Permitha Immortal Island came out of nowhere. He had nothing to do with the Permitha Immortal Island and did not know Sword Demon and Zhong Yu Huangquan. However, that Sword Demon had destroyed his statue and killed his men while he was on the way. He had even told him to go to the Divine Phoenix Empire to find him. What was even more hateful was that Sword Demon and Zhong Yu Huangquan came to Qingshu College together and killed the teachers who had taught him some of his courses. How could Ling Xiao tolerate such rudeness and inexplicable behavior? Therefore, he killed the Sword Demon. In the end, Zhong Yu Huangquan came. He said that he wanted to reconcile, but he humiliated and despised him. He even wanted him to give Cold Plum away. If he, Ling Xiao, could tolerate this kind of thing, then wouldn't he really be a green-haired turtle? He didn't want to cause trouble, but if someone insisted on looking for trouble, he wasn't afraid of trouble. If he could kill Sword Demon, he could also kill Zhong Yu and Huangquan. But Master, it's obvious that the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince wants to rely on the power of the Permitha Immortal Island. That Zhong Yu Huangquan probably won't be killed so easily. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince and Principal Zhou will probably protect him. Cold Plum frowned, not to mention Feng Yinshan, and Zhou Yun. Even if the Heavenly Emperor protected him, it would be useless. He must die. A strong killing intent erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Perhaps he was still inferior to Zhong Yu Huangquan, but he believed in his own potential and hard work. He believed in the Human King's notes, believed in the Mountain River martial spirit, believed in the 9 cauldrons profound. He, Ling Xiao, would use a speed that would stupefy everyone to surpass those so-called geniuses and heroes. Cold Plum could feel the strong killing intent from Ling Xiao's body. Master, I've seen many people like Zhong Yu Huangquan. Their glory and pride are built on the pain of others. When I was a slave, if Master didn't save me, I would have suffered both physical and mental torture every day. At that time, if I didn't use a special method to make myself ugly and dirty, I might not even have been able to keep my virginity. At that time, I felt that this world is full of malice towards lowly people like us. Yes, the weak have no dignity. This is a bloody reality, and many people just don't want to admit it. If you want to gain dignity, if you want to change the situation, if you want to no longer be lowly, you have to become strong. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Don't worry, Cold Plum. I know what you mean. Before I can be sure that I can defeat Zhong Yu Huangquan, I won't take the initiative to find trouble with him. During this period of time, let's endure it. Anyway, that guy was injured by me, and it will take some time to recover. I think we can live in peace for the time being. Ling Xiao wasn't a reckless person. Unless he had no choice, he would definitely not attack someone he couldn't defeat. Now, he had time to improve his cultivation and strength. Brother Ling. Outside the door, there was a knock, and Shang Guanhang's voice. Come in, the door is open. The door opened, and Shang Guanhang and Long Chun entered together. Brother Ling, I heard that you fought with Zhong Yu Huangquan of the opposite bank, Celestial Island. Shang Guanhong asked anxiously. Yes, senior brother. Are you injured? Long Chen also asked anxiously. I'm injured, but it doesn't matter. Ling Xiao smiled and said, that Zhong Yu Huangquan is indeed powerful. He blocked my divine sword of light with one palm and even sent me flying. When he said this, Ling Xiao seemed to be talking about other people's affairs and didn't have the feeling of being injured at all, because he didn't suffer a loss. Zhong Yu Huangquan was much stronger than him, but he also injured him. This was something to be proud of. It's lucky that you're only injured. It's really rare that you didn't lose your life. Shang Guanhong sighed and said, I met Zhong Yu Huangquan 2 years ago. This person slaughtered a sect by himself. Don't tell me that that sect is your sect. Ling Xiao frowned and said, Brother Ling is indeed impressive to be able to guess this. That's right. In the past, my sect offended the Permitha Celestial Island because of some trivial matter. In the end, almost all of us were slaughtered by Zhong Yu's Yellow Springs. Only my junior sister and I went to the foot of the mountain to play at that time, and luckily escaped death. When Shang Guanhong mentioned Zhong Yu Huangquan, fear was more than hatred. This couldn't be blamed on him. At that time, when he and his junior sister returned to the sect, the corpses that littered the ground had cast a terrifying shadow in their young hearts. Master injured, that Zhong Yu Huangquan, Cold Plum suddenly said. What? Shang Guanhong was even more shocked. He thought that it was Cold Plum's credit that Ling Xiao could survive under the hands of Zhong Yu Huangquan. But now that he heard this, he almost couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. Ling Xiao smiled and silently admitted it. Obviously, this wasn't something that couldn't be admitted. Plop! Shang Guanhong suddenly knelt down. Why are you doing this? Ling Xiao frowned and said, ever since that asterisk was willing to follow me back to Qingshu College, we have been friends. If you have anything to say, just say it. Only then did Shang Guanhong stand up. However, his attitude was still very respectful as he said, Brother Ling, that Zhong Yu Huangquan destroyed my sect in the past. Before he left, he even left behind a trap. My junior sister was careless and fell into the trap by mistake. As a result, she is still unconscious. He's unconscious? Where is she? Ling Xiao was a pharmacist, so saving people was nothing to him. Furthermore, the soul of the Yuan Venerate was still in his Mountain River realm. If he couldn't do it, there was still his master. She is still in the Spectre Mountain Villa. Shang Guanhong answered. Chapter 14:16. Shang Guanhong explained, originally, our sect was called Rainbow Mountain Villa. It was a beautiful place located on the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island, but because of Zhong Yu Huangquan, it became a land of death. Now, not only is there no grass, but there are also ghosts everywhere, so it is called Spectre Mountain Villa. Why don't you bring your junior sister back? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I can't, Shang Guanhong said mournfully. After my junior sister fell into the trap, a very powerful ghost appeared around her body. I reckon that it was Zhong Yu Huangquan's doing. We can feed junior sister water and food, but we can't take her away. Otherwise, the ghost will attack us. I understand. You mean, since I'm not afraid of Zhong Yu Huangquan, then I can save your junior sister, right? Ling Xiao asked. Exactly. Shang Guanhong nodded. Where exactly is Spectre Mountain Villa located on the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island? Ling Xiao asked directly. Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island, near the Black Volcano. Shang Guanhong answered. Ling Xiao naturally knew about the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island. It was the Celestial Island closest to the White Tiger continent. Its area was very large, almost the size of the continent. On the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island, There was a primitive forest that was full of danger. It had always been the place where the sacred dynasty's celestial island trained their disciples. There were many sects on the celestial island, but they were all under the control of the sacred dynasty's celestial island. This was the same principle as the divine Phoenix Empire's sections. At the edge of the primitive forest, there was a dormant volcano, which was the Black Volcano. Spectre Mountain Villa was on the Black Volcano. Because it had been uninhabited for a long time, the forest had completely covered it. The Rainbow Mountain Villa of the past was completely abandoned and became a dangerous place. Will it be dangerous? Longchen asked. There will definitely be danger. So my idea is that if Brother Ling is not confident, you can give up immediately. After all, you can't be hurt because of my junior sister. Shang Guanhong answered. I heard that there is an ancient golden crow's corpse in the Black Volcano. Ling Xiao suddenly asked. That's just a legend. Don't take it seriously. Shang Guanhong replied. It is said that the immemorial golden crow once fought with a strange beast above the Black Volcano. Although it killed the strange beast, it was exhausted and fell into the lava. Perfect. Ling Xiao smiled. He was troubled by the fact that he couldn't find a breakthrough to increase his cultivation and strength. The corpse of the primordial golden crow would very likely allow him to greatly improve his crimson sun power. It might even increase the power of the golden crow soaring Sunday. It can't be Brother Ling. Are you really planning to look for the corpse of the ancient golden crow? Shang Guanhong hurriedly said. Our Rainbow Mountain Villa was originally nearby. There were once disciples of the sect who went to search for the corpse of the primordial golden crow, but none of them returned. That place is too terrifying. The sect later forbade us from going to the mouth of the Black Volcano. Don't you want to save your junior sister? Let's go. We should leave Divine Phoenix Capital for a while. Ling Xiao smiled. Before the Dragon Phoenix selection began, his cultivation had to continue to increase. Otherwise, with his current cultivation, wanting to get first place in the Dragon Phoenix selection was simply a fool's dream. Are we really going? Shang Guanhong's face was bitter. That place is much more dangerous than Ghost Mountain Villa. If I had known, I wouldn't have told you. Otherwise, if something really happened to you, Long Chun would definitely tear me apart alive. Don't talk nonsense. When have I, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of danger? With such a good opportunity to increase my strength, if I gave it up, then I would really regret it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me, we're leaving now? Shang Guanhong was directly stunned. Nonsense. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. While others still don't know where I'm going, let's leave early. Those who are looking for trouble won't be able to arrive so quickly. Ling Xiao believed that he was definitely being monitored. As long as he left Divine Phoenix Capital, then those who wanted to kill him would definitely take action. Although he was fearless, there would always be some trouble. Therefore, he made a prompt decision to leave before those who were monitoring him could react. This was the best choice. All right, I really have to hand it to you. Seeing Ling Xiao so insistent, Shang Guanhong nodded helplessly in agreement. Ling Xiao then said to Cold Plum and Long Chen, I'll go to the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island with Shang Guanhong. You guys stay here and cultivate. The Dragon Phoenix selection is not my business alone. I want our heavenly empire to stun everyone in this selection. Although it's not realistic to monopolize the top 10, it's not impossible to get half of the top 10 spots. I don't have a problem, but, senior brother, I'm afraid you'll be targeted. Long Chen reminded. That's right, master. Let Cold Plum accompany you. Cold Plum said, anxiously. There's no need to discuss this matter. Cold Plum, you don't want me to hide behind you for the rest of my life, right? The Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island is the Ji family's territory, after all. I reckon Inyang realm martial artists won't dare to cause trouble there. As for Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, even if I can't defeat them, I won't die. Don't forget about Dai Nu. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, then I'll wait here for Master's return. Cold Plum nodded. Dai Nu's strength was not inferior to hers. To a certain extent, she was even sharper than her. Since that was the case, she had nothing to worry about. She might as well take this opportunity to cultivate for a period of time and see if she could stabilize her strength above the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. Although her cultivation was currently at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, the problem was that she would have to pay a heavy price if she used her cultivation above the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. It was not worth it. This was related to the method she used to raise her cultivation. Therefore, what she needed to do now was not to make a breakthrough in her cultivation, but to strengthen her physical condition to adapt to a stronger cultivation. After bidding farewell to Cold Plum and Longchen, and bidding farewell to Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong headed to the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island. The reason why he brought Shang Guanhong was because Ling Xiao did not know the way. After leaving the imperial capital and arriving at the harbor, Ling Xiao boarded the Moonlight Treasure ship. This was a treasure passed down by the Yuehua school since ancient times. It would never be outdated. When his Moonlight Treasure ship broke through the sky and sped towards the vast stormy ocean within the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial capital, those who wanted Ling Xiao dead received the news. However, no one knew why Ling Xiao went out to sea and where he was going. The stormy ocean was too big. Fortunately, the Moonlight Treasure ship was not slow. In addition, the route from the Divine Phoenix Empire to the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island was painstakingly explored by many people. The journey was relatively safe. Therefore, they did not spend too much time. Even so, it took them 3 days to arrive at the harbor of the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island. Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong did not waste these 3 days. They had been cultivating and sparring on the ship. Chapter 14:17. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao's improvement was limited, but Shang Guanhong was enlightened because of Ling Xiao's help. Not only did his cultivation rise quickly, he also became more proficient in various battle techniques. It had to be said that Shang Guanhong was also a genius. Although he was not as good as Ling Xiao, he was definitely one of the top talents in the Divine Phoenix continent. Not long ago, he had just broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. After experiencing a few life and death battles, he had benefited greatly. Now, his cultivation was already showing signs of another breakthrough. The only thing he lacked was an opportunity. Every day, thousands of people arrived at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island to travel or do business, so Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong did not attract too much attention. After they arrived on the island, Ling Xiao released the battle wolf from the beast ring. After that, the two of them spent nearly 2 hours to reach the edge of the primitive forest. The towering black volcano was very eye-catching. That volcano doesn't seem to be right. Ling Xiao looked at the black volcano. Thick smoke was spewing out from the mouth of the volcano, and strange loud noises were erupting. It seemed like it could erupt again at any time. The black volcano has been like this for nearly a year. The granny in charge of taking care of my junior sister has sent me many letters to hurry up and think of a solution. Otherwise, Ghost Mountain Villa will be destroyed and my junior sister will be in danger. There's actually someone who dares to take care of your junior sister in Ghost Mountain Villa. This person is also quite good to you. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. That person was originally saved by my master once. After that, she has been in charge of sending some eggs, goat's milk, and the like to the sect. It can be said that without Rainbow Mountain Villa, her family would have starved to death. Shang Guanhong said, This person is grateful for the sect's kindness, so she is willing to send food and drinks to my junior sister every day. This way, I can escape and go to the Divine Phoenix Empire to cultivate. After all, the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island does not care about martial artists of my level. They obviously misjudged you. Although your cultivation was not that great, your talent is not bad. Ling Xiao said. No, they are disdainful because the young martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island are all very talented. Shang Guanhong shook her head. You're just a frog in a well. Ling Xiao mocked. The 5 immortal islands have probably been isolated from the world for too long and only cared about internal strife. Although I haven't been to any of the 5 immortal islands, and this is my first time coming to the Sacred Dynasty's immortal islands, I have seen people like Danqing, Yuqianya, Sword Demon, and others. Their aptitudes are no better than yours. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Brother Ling. Of course, Shang Guanhong felt very comfortable in his heart. How could he not be happy to be praised like this? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Ling Xiao looked at the black volcano that was billowing with black smoke. He reckoned that he was in luck this time. With such a phenomenon, something special would definitely happen. Although these things might not be safe for him, it was worth the risk. Yes, Shang Guanhong nodded and followed behind Ling Xiao. After we reach the Mansion of Spirits, I will help you save your junior sister. After that, you can leave first. I will go to the entrance of the black volcano alone, Ling Xiao said as he hurried along. Brother Ling, you still have to reconsider. I'm not lying to you. The primitive forests of the Sacred Dynasty's Celestial Island are not the slightest bit inferior to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range of the Heavenly Dragon Continent. There are many dangers inside, and even Grotto Heaven realm martial artists wouldn't dare to say that they can safely enter and leave. Shang Guanhong reminded. Of course I know. If it wasn't dangerous, I wouldn't have come. Ling Xiao was born with the instinct to take risks. Of course, the most important thing was that this place could allow his cultivation to improve greatly once again. After all, the entire Divine Phoenix continent was in turmoil, and undercurrents were surging. Ling Xiao, had made many enemies. The Peacock race, the Great Peng race, the Righteous Alliance's Jia clan, Phoenix Cry Infinity, the Council of Elders, the Righteous Court, the Permitha Immortal Island, and so on. There were no weaklings among his enemies. Even though his current cultivation wasn't low, and his strength was definitely top-notch among his peers. However, it was still very dangerous. He needed a higher level of cultivation and greater strength. Although helping Shang Guanhong save her junior sister was one of the reasons, the more important reason was still the legend of the ancient golden crow here. There was no end to cultivation, not to mention that he was still far from it. Sword Dao had just entered the realm of heavy sword without edge, and had yet to step into the apex. Although he comprehended the strange state of controlling heaven and earth, it was extremely unstable, and he needed to work harder to familiarize himself with and maintain this state. If he could maintain it for a long time, he would be able to handle even elites with ease. Spectre Mountain Villa was regarded as a terrifying forbidden area. However, there were many people who came here recently. When Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong arrived at the entrance of Spectre Mountain Villa, they saw that the Mountain Villa's gate had already been sealed. Several martial artists stood guard there, looking alert. Dozens of meters away from the Mountain Villa's gate, a woman in her 50s was pacing back and forth, looking very nervous. Granny Lin, why are you here? What happened in the Mountain Villa? Shang Guanhong walked over when she saw this person. Ling Xiao could tell from his words that this person was the one in charge of delivering food and water to Shang Guanhong's junior sister. Oh, young hero Shang Guan, you're back. Something big has happened. What's wrong? They've sealed Spectre Mountain Villa. I can't go in at all. It's already the third day. I'm really afraid that something will happen to Miss Linger. Granny Lin was so anxious that she was about to cry. Bastard! Shang Guanhong glanced at the guards in front of the gate. Although their strength was not bad, they were just some celestial realm martial artists. If something happened to his junior sister, he would tear these people apart. Granny Lin, give me the food and go back first. I've brought a powerful helper this time. He can definitely save my junior sister. You don't have to go through so much trouble in the future. He turned back and said in a gentle voice. Granny Lin looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully, as if she did not believe that such a young man was the so-called powerful figure. Ling Xiao smiled and did not say anything. When Shang Guanhong was talking to Granny Lin, he had already walked towards Spectre Mountain Villa. Stop! The martial artists at the gate of the villa shouted loudly. Get out of the way, Ling Xiao said indifferently, or you'll get hurt. Ha ha, this kid has gone crazy. Get out of here. Spectre Mountain Villa is now our Great Whale sect. If you want to go in, you can, but you have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The leading martial artist laughed loudly. Obviously, he did not put Ling Xiao in his eyes. Great Whale sect, the sect that leaked information to Zhongyu and Huang Quan and sealed the exit of our Rainbow Mountain Villa. Shang Guanhong also walked over at this time. He was furious and sent out a palm strike. A 7-colored light flashed, and the living people at the gate turned into corpses. Another Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The nearby martial artists who were about to enter Spectre Mountain Villa were shocked when they saw Shang Guanhong attack. They did not expect that this small Spectre Mountain Villa, when it was prosperous, only had one Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Now that it was destroyed, several Grotto Heaven realm martial artists came one after another. Chapter 1418. Stepping into the Mansion of Spirits. Ling Xiao suddenly felt an extremely strong aura rushing towards him. Sword essence. And it was an extremely cold and gloomy sword essence. He exchanged a look with Shang Guanhong. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. That sword essence seems to be coming from the place where my junior sister is trapped. Shang Guanhong said after closing his eyes and sensing for a while. Do you know what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure. When I was here before, I didn't have this feeling. Shang Guanhong shook his head. In that case, let's go take a look first. Ling Xiao finished speaking and walked forward, but a female warrior in her 20s stopped them. What are you doing? Shang Guanhong frowned. He was in a hurry to save his junior sister, so he was not in a good mood. Please don't misunderstand. I just saw that the two of you were going to the source of the sword essence, so I came to warn you. That place is very dangerous. Previously, 2 Grotto Heaven realm warriors tried to enter that place and died. Perhaps the female warrior had seen Shang Guanhong's performance just now, or perhaps it was because Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong were handsome young heroes, so she was more enthusiastic. She continued, if the two of you want to comprehend the sword essence, you don't have to enter that place. You can comprehend it anywhere in the Mansion of Spirits, just a little weaker. Of course, it would be best if you could obtain the wandering soul of the sword essence. It's a pity that the wandering souls of the sword intent can only be captured when they are near the source of the sword intent. That place has already been taken over by the Giant Whale sect and other experts. The only reason we can cultivate here is because we have bribed the Giant Whale sect. Thank you for your guidance. Mississippi, don't worry. You will definitely obtain the wandering soul of the sword essence. Ling Xiao smiled. He had always been a person who would repay a drop of water with a gushing spring and return enmity 10 times, 100 times over. His greatest strength was probably his clear distinction between gratitude and enmity. As he spoke, Ling Xiao walked forward, and Shang Guanhong followed closely behind. "The two of you are crazy. Didn't you hear me? That place is occupied by the giant whale sect and other experts. You have to be at least at the third grotto heaven realm to be qualified," the female warrior exclaimed. Ling Xiao didn't answer, but continued to walk forward. This gloomy sword intent felt very special. Every time his cultivation increased by a level, he would be able to advance a little further. The place Shang Guanhong finally arrived at was where some third grotto heaven realm martial artists were. There were also sword intent wandering souls here, but there were fewer of them. "Shangguan, you stay here and cultivate. Leave your junior sister to me. Be careful." Although Shang Guanhong wanted to follow Ling Xiao, he knew that he did not have the strength to do so. Moreover, these sword-intent wandering souls were very useful for cultivation. Even if one wasn't a swordsman, one could still benefit from them. Therefore, it was actually better for him to stay and cultivate. "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward. At that moment, the female warrior was completely dumbfounded. She was also a Grotto Heaven realm warrior, but she had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Originally, she thought that Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong's cultivation were on par with her. Who knew that Shang Guanhong's cultivation was actually comparable to a third Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? As for the other person, it was even more terrifying. He could actually continue to walk forward. Finally, Ling Xiao arrived at the place closest to the sword intent source. There were the fewest people here. Including Ling Xiao, there were only a total of 5 people. 2 of them were obviously a couple. They both looked to be in their 50s or 60s. The other 2 were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. Their expressions were cold, as if they were unapproachable. Seeing Ling Xiao slowly walking over, those people all revealed looks of astonishment. After all, Ling Xiao looked too young. And this place, without a 5th Grotto Heaven realm cultivation, it was impossible to reach, because they could not withstand the terrifying sword intent. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled at them as a greeting. Then, he continued to walk forward. It was only when he felt that he could not go any further that he finally sat down. Everyone knew that the closer one was to the sword intent source, the higher the possibility of obtaining sword intent wandering souls, and the better the effect of cultivation. Ever since I arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire, my sword intent has been stuck at the minor accomplishment realm. This time, I have to properly improve it. Ling Xiao sat there and could feel the sword intent in his body stirring. A swordsman's battle intent was sword intent. Everyone had battle intent, but before it reached minor accomplishment, it could only have a deterrent effect on the enemy and could not cause substantial damage. And after battle intent reached minor accomplishment, it would cause substantial damage. For example, Ling Xiao's sword intent was at the first level of minor accomplishment. This level of sword intent could increase one's attack or defense by 1/10 and could also cause mental pressure on the opponent. In other words, when minor accomplishment sword intent was cultivated to the extreme of the 9th level, it could increase one's attack or defense by 1/10. Don't underestimate that little increase. If your attack and defense base were high enough, your advantage would become very big. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao's sword always seemed to be stronger than his peers. But minor accomplishment sword intent was obviously too weak. Ling Xiao was not satisfied with this. He had no chance to improve it before. Now that he had a chance, he naturally wanted to improve his sword intent as much as possible. In this way, he would have a greater advantage when facing the enemy. He closed his eyes, felt the surging sword intent released from the source point, and began to meditate. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's sword intent was promoted from the first level of minor accomplishment to the second level of minor accomplishment. But he did not show any excitement. This speed was too slow. Whether it was sword intent or martial arts cultivation, the cultivation speed would be slower as time went by. Unless there was a special opportunity, it would be very difficult to make a breakthrough. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to cultivate so quickly was because he had obtained all kinds of benefits through all kinds of adventures. Although the sword intent here was powerful, it was too scattered and messy. There were even some vicious battle intents that were causing trouble. Although the speed was much faster than outside, it could not be compared with the wandering soul of sword intent. The so-called wandering soul of sword intent was actually a kind of martial soul condensed by pure sword intent. With the wandering soul of sword intent, one did not need to worry about anything else, and only needed to cultivate. That way, the speed of improvement would be much faster. After 2 hours, Yi Chen finally woke up from his meditative state. This is not good. They all say that wandering soul of sword intent will appear here. How can it appear? Ling Xiao desperately wanted to improve his strength, so he was not satisfied with his current speed. With his current level of sword intent, he could not even enter the place where Shang Guanhong was trapped. How could he save her? If he wanted to save her, his sword intent would have to be at least at great accomplishment. There were 9 levels of minor accomplishment sword intent. After 9 levels, it was great accomplishment sword intent. Chapter 14:19. Because he was eager to improve his sword essence, Ling Xiao tried to release his sword essence to find the source. When his sword essence rushed deeper, it immediately encountered a terrible obstruction. A powerful sword essence broke out, scaring Ling Xiao so much that he hurriedly withdrew his sword essence. It was too terrible. That was probably the great success sword essence. Its power was really terrible. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the 4 people who were cultivating with their eyes closed suddenly stand up and look in the direction of the source excitedly. In the direction of the source, there was a burst of sword whistling, as if something was about to come out. Was it the sword essence wandering soul? Ling Xiao thought about it. Apart from the sword essence wandering soul, he really could not think of anything else that could make those people ecstatic. Whoosh! Just as Ling Xiao was perplexed, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Within the pitch-black space, a resplendent sword ray shot out. That was the sword essence wandering soul. Although Ling Xiao had never seen a sword intent wandering soul before, he could feel that the sword light contained an incomparably powerful sword intent. It possessed an extremely terrifying attack power. It was impossible to stop it unless one was a Grotto Heaven realm warrior. If one tried to stop it forcibly, they might be hurt. Get out of my way. That thing is mine. Because Ling Xiao was the closest to the sword essence wandering soul, it was more likely that he would get it. At this moment, among the 4 people, a middle-aged man in his 30s with short green hair shouted and rushed over. He attacked Ling Xiao with one hand and grabbed the sword essence wandering soul with the other. Young people nowadays don't know how to respect the old and love the young. Let us have this sword essence wandering soul. The couple in their 50s suddenly jumped up from both sides. One of them stopped Green Hair, and the other stopped Ling Xiao. Green Hair's hand that was going to attack Ling Xiao also turned to attack the old woman. Ha! You guys make trouble. The sword essence wandering soul is mine. The last middle-aged man sneered. This guy was about 40 years old, and his head was bald as if it had been smeared with oil. Although it looked rather shabby, its speed was not slow at all. In an instant, it overtook the 4 people in front of it and caught the sword intent wandering soul. Although the sword intent wandering soul was very strong. However, against these martial artists who had reached the fifth Grotto Heaven realm, there was no way they could resist. At this moment, Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. His figure suddenly flashed, like a dragon's shadow, breaking through the obstruction in an instant and grabbing the sword Intent Wandering Soul in his hand. What? How can this kid's movement technique be so good? Damn it, we've been waiting here for almost 2 days, but he actually beat us to it. Where did this stinking brat come from? Doesn't he know the rules? The 4 of them naturally didn't look too good. Although it was said that the probability of sword Intent Wandering Souls appearing near the source was higher, it didn't always appear. They had been waiting here for a long time. Now that they had finally arrived, they were taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. How could they be happy? Kid, hand over the sword Intent Wandering Soul, or you can forget about leaving this mansion of spirits. The green-haired man said, angrily. Why should I? Ling Xiao retorted, everyone is relying on their own abilities. Do I have to give it to you if I get it? Then if you get it, will you give it to me too? Cut the crap. This place is already occupied by our giant whale sect. No matter who gets the sword Intent Wandering Soul, they have to give it to us. The green-haired man said again, in other words, you don't intend to reason with us. You're going to rob us. Ling Xiao asked indifferently, kid, it's good that you know what's good for you. Hand it over obediently, and you might have a chance. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep your life. The green-haired man roared arrogantly. Won't be able to keep my life? Then you can try. At this time, he naturally couldn't show weakness. If he gave the sword Intent Wandering Soul to the other party, wouldn't he get nothing? If there was a first time, there would definitely be a second time. People bullied the weak and feared the strong. He believed that the green-haired man wouldn't dare to speak to the other 3 people like that. The reason he was so arrogant was that he thought he was young and easy to bully. You're courting death. The green-haired man was furious. His figure flashed, and a thick iron rod appeared in his hand. He smashed it down towards Ling Xiao's head. With this smash, the domain's origin energy condensed on the iron rod. There was actually the sound of wind and thunder. Oh no! The female martial artist standing far away could see what was happening here. She didn't know what Ling Xiao and the green-haired man were talking about, but when she saw the green-haired man suddenly attacking Ling Xiao, she knew something was wrong. She was very clear about the green-haired man's strength. In the giant whale sect, he was definitely ranked in the top 5. A 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Xiao was so young. How could he be a match for the green-haired man? Shang Guanhong didn't look over here. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Ling Xiao dared to use force. This meant that he wasn't afraid of his opponent. He clearly remembered that Gentleman Sword Yu Qianya was also a martial artist of this level. Wasn't he scared off by Ling Xiao? This green-haired man, in terms of strength, was even inferior to Yu Qianya. So he didn't need to worry. Young man, you're young and full of yourself. What a pity. That old man shook his head, feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. After all, it wasn't easy to reach this level of cultivation. But he just had to offend that green-haired man here. Offending the giant whale sect was practically courting death. We've seen many of these little fellows. They often have an insufferably arrogant appearance. But once the battle starts, they'll be completely exposed. That old woman also shook her head. She was a little disdainful of Ling Xiao's brashness. Humph, it's good that he's dead. One less competitor. The bald man snorted coldly, standing there to watch the show. Ah, a miserable scream suddenly sounded. A figure was directly sent flying. After more than 10 meters, he fell to the ground. A mouthful of teeth flew out, scattering on the ground. What? That old couple, the bald man, the female martial artist, and many other martial artists who were watching the show all widened their eyes in shock. They originally thought that the one at a disadvantage would be Ling Xiao, but the one sent flying was that green-haired man. Green-haired man's mouth was full of blood. Almost all of his teeth had fallen out. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at green-haired man and said, "With your strength, you're really ashamed to Fifth Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. I really don't know how you cultivated to this level." Then he looked at the other three and said, "There should be a lot of wandering souls of sword intent. Let's all rely on our own abilities. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If any of you make me unhappy, I'll take away the wandering souls of sword intent that you said you have." Ling Xiao's aura was domineering and arrogant. He didn't give these seniors any face at all. He gave them face. If they didn't want it, then he would have to be even more ruthless. The old couple looked at each other, then nodded, tacitly agreeing to Ling Xiao's suggestion. "Let's rely on our own abilities. I have no objections." The bald man also said. In fact, they could all feel that the number of wandering souls of sword intent released this time was much more than before. There was really no need to make an enemy of a super genius like Ling Xiao for a single wandering soul of sword intent. Chapter 14:20. No one knew if Ling Xiao was a disciple of the sacred dynasty's immortal island. If they really offended him, they wouldn't be able to survive outside. What's more, Ling Xiao's moves were very strange. Although Green Hair was defeated easily because he underestimated his opponent, it still showed how powerful and terrifying Ling Xiao was. Green Hair was furious, but he didn't say anything. Although the giant whale sect had quite a number of experts, there was really no one here other than him who could exchange blows with this kid. "Humph, you'll suffer when we get out of here." Green Hair snorted coldly in his heart and remained silent. He also felt that the sword intent wandering soul army was about to come out. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword whistled again. This time, more than 10 sword intent wandering souls rushed out at the same time. The 10 sword rays almost merged into one, greatly increasing their lethality. Even Ling Xiao was a little afraid. They got lucky. Ling Xiao opened his hand, which became huge in the wind, and grabbed 5 of the sword intent wandering souls. This was his limit. Any more, and he would be devoured by the sword intent wandering souls. The old couple joined forces and got 3 sword intent wandering souls. The remaining 2 sword intent wandering souls were taken by the bald man and Green Hair. The 10 sword intent wandering souls were divided among the 5 of them. The female warrior was surprised and a little disappointed. Although she was also a Grotto Heaven realm warrior, she hadn't even touched a sword intent wandering soul after so many days in the Mansion of Spirits. The rest of the martial artists also sighed in despair. But there was nothing they could do, who asked their cultivation to be inferior to those 5 people. After retrieving the 5 spirits, Ling Xiao's body suddenly flashed. He actually dashed forward by 4 to 5 meters and forcefully grabbed 2 spirits out of the crowd. These sword intent wandering souls seemed to have a little bit of their own consciousness. Sensing the danger, the 2 fellows hid inside in an attempt to avoid the danger. But they were still detected by Ling Xiao. "Shangguan, this is for you." Ling Xiao casually tossed out a wandering soul of sword will. He could eat the meat, and Shang Guanhong could at least drink the soup. Moreover, Shang Guanhong was now one of his most capable helpers. He had to make his helper stronger. "Thank you." Shang Guanhong took the sword intent wandering soul and was pleasantly surprised. The powerful sword intent that came from it actually allowed him to comprehend many things in an instant. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. "Hey, beauty, this is for you." Ling Xiao had once said that the grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. That female martial artist had treated him well, so he considered it as giving her a favor. However, the female martial artist was quite far away from him. There were many other martial artists in between. When these people saw the sword intent wandering soul flying over, they immediately became greedy. I advise you not to snatch it. Otherwise, don't blame me if something happens. Ling Xiao warned coldly, but in the end, his words couldn't compare to his greed. There were still some cultivators who ignored his warning and leapt into the air, grabbing at the sword intent wandering soul. Puchi! Ah! Mournful screams resounded in the air. The bodies of the 4 or 5 martial artists who had jumped up at the same time had huge sword scars on them. It was a ghastly sight. I told you not to snatch it. Ling Xiao looked at those people with disdain. The sword intent wandering soul finally fell into the hands of the female martial artist. He actually gave me a sword intent wandering soul. The female martial artist couldn't believe that the thing in her hands was the sword intent wandering soul she had been dreaming of. With this thing, not only was she confident that she could improve her cultivation, but she could also break through to the small accomplishment stage of sword intent. But it was a crime to possess a treasure. Shang Guanhong and Ling Xiao had strong cultivation. Most of the martial artists here couldn't afford to offend them, but that female martial artist cultivation had just entered the first Grotto Heaven realm. She could be bullied by everyone. Their strength was obviously stronger than that female martial artist, but they didn't get the sword intent wandering soul. How could they bear it? Therefore, in just a moment, 7 or 8 martial artists surrounded the female martial artist. The strongest of these 7 or 8 martial artists was at the second Grotto Heaven realm, and the weakest was only at the celestial realm. But since there were so many people, the celestial realm martial artists also wanted to take advantage of the situation. Little girl, be sensible and hand over the thing. Otherwise, I'll let you have a good time. One of them was very fierce. He looked fat, but his cultivation was much stronger than that of the female martial artist. The female martial artist seemed to be a little confused. His originally excited expression turned ugly. Her cultivation was too low. She had no chance or qualification to get the sword intent wandering soul. It was Ling Xiao who helped her that she got the treasure. But she might not be able to keep the treasure. But could she give up so easily? She couldn't. This thing is mine. The female martial artist shook her head and pulled out her 3-foot-long sword. She planned to fight to keep the sword intent wandering soul. Alas, an ordinary man is innocent, but a crime to possess a treasure. Young man, you think you're helping her, but in fact, you're harming her. The old man sighed. Not necessarily. Ling Xiao smiled. He could give the thing to the female martial artist. How could he not think of this? The martial artists who were fighting for the sword intent wandering soul were the best examples. He condensed his sword chi and sword intent on the sword intent wandering soul. Except for the female martial artist, the sword chi would attack anyone who approached. Little girl, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. That little brother, and you don't know each other. He's already returned your favor by giving you this thing. Don't tell me you still expect him to protect you? Another martial artist sneered. No matter what, I won't hand over the sword intent wandering soul. The female martial artist took a deep breath and said, Since the change in Mansion of Specters, I've been guarding here for a few months. It's not easy to get it. I definitely won't give it to you easily. Looks like you're deliberately courting death. Brothers, don't waste time. Kill her. The martial artists roared. Their sky origin energy and domain origin energy erupted at the same time and pounced on the female martial artist. If you want to die, go ahead. I don't mind killing a few more people here. Ling Zhao's cold voice traveled into those people's ears. Today, I'm here to protect her. Brat, don't be too arrogant. You only have 2 people. We have hundreds of people here. Be sensible and don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. Having more people really boosted one's courage. If it was a one-on-one, this second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist wouldn't dare to speak to Ling Xiao like that even if he had 10 times the courage. However, they had more people, so his courage was obviously greater. He felt that he could threaten Ling Xiao. However, they were still somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. It was because of this that they all stopped when Ling Xiao shouted, "Well said. You guys do what you want. I'll deal with him." At this moment, the green-haired man, who had been silent after being sent flying by Ling Xiao, once again spoke. From the beginning to the end, the green-haired martial artist didn't think that he was inferior to Ling Xiao. The reason why he was sent flying by Ling Xiao just now was because he was careless. Chapter 14:21. Even though he felt that he had been careless and that his strength was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. However, because of his cautious mentality, Greenhair still did not choose to take revenge. But seeing that Ling Xiao had offended so many Grotto Heaven and Heaven Realm martial artists for a female martial artist that he did not know, he felt that his chance had come. Even if he really was not Ling Xiao's match with those people, it was definitely more than enough. Originally, those martial artists were still somewhat fearful of Ling Xiao, but after hearing what he said, they all bared their ferocious fangs. Without any hesitation, they once again pounced on that female martial artist. At the same time, Green Hair also pounced on Ling Xiao and said to the bald man, "Bald Eagle, what are you still hesitating for? Let's join hands and finish off this brat. He has 5 sword-intent wandering souls on him, and his friend has another one. We'll split 3 equally." Even though it was the last attack, Green Hair still did not dare to be careless and still wanted to drag the bald man along. The bald man smiled and shook his head, not intending to participate. He was not stupid. He planned to watch Ling Xiao fight, with Green Hair snipe and muscle. Wouldn't it be better for him, the fisherman, to reap the benefits? Green Hair was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The arrow on the bow had to be released. His attack once again greeted Ling Xiao, without hesitation. This time, the power was stronger than before, and the scene was also more spectacular. The iron staff was enveloped by the domain of origin energy and became incomparably thick. Like a giant staff, it ruthlessly smashed towards Ling Xiao. The space trembled because of the giant staff's trembling. "I gave you a chance, but it seems like you don't know how precious it is." Ling Xiao sneered. Suddenly, a sky demon appeared behind him, and a dark demon sword appeared above his head. The energy in Spectre Mountain Villa was very dense. Using the dark demon sword was naturally more powerful than using the divine sword of light. Dark demon sword, body annihilation. The terrifying heavenly demon continued to absorb the yin qi in the mansion of spirits. The dark demon sword rapidly grew in size and finally pierced towards the 1,000-catty cudgel. The pitch-black giant sword emitted a terrifying sword ray. Within the sword ray, a ferocious sky demon was imprinted. The heavenly demon looked down on all living beings, and the sword light shot towards Green Hair in a ferocious and insufferably arrogant manner. This time, Ling Xiao did not hold back. Since the other party didn't know what was good for them, then they couldn't blame him. The terrifying aura caused Green Hair's expression to instantly turn fearful. He didn't understand. His cultivation was clearly higher than Ling Xiao's, but why was it that in front of Ling Xiao he was like a 3-year-old child, unable to control himself? The terrifying aura caused his heart to turn cold, his body to tremble, and his scalp to turn numb. He felt as if his body was about to be torn apart by something. That kind of pain was simply too obvious. Block it for me. Greenhair placed all his hopes on his iron rod. What was originally an attack suddenly turned into a defense, attempting to block Ling Xiao's shocking attack. Rumble! The ground continued to tremble, and several cracks appeared on the ground. Greenhair's body was once again involuntarily sent flying. The metal rod rubbed against the ground, creating a crack that was over 10 meters long. And his mouth was already spitting out large mouthfuls of fresh blood. What was more terrifying was that the blood was actually black. At the same time, the people surrounding the female warrior were also injured by the sword qi that Ling Xiao attached to the sword intent spirit. They all retreated far away, trembling incessantly. I didn't kill you, but you kept making enemies out of me. Looks like you really want to die. Ling Xiao walked forward. Without further ado, a sharp sword qi directly cut off Greenhair's head, and then threw it out. Whoever dares to attack her, this guy will be your example. Then he transmitted his voice to the female warrior. Take advantage of the fact that the giant whale sect hasn't arrived yet. You should leave first. I believe that obtaining a sword intent spirit is more effective than cultivating here for 4 or 5 years, right? I'll listen to you. The female warrior wasn't a greedy person. She was already satisfied with obtaining a sword intent spirit. Then she cupped her hands at Ling Xiao and said, "Young hero, take care. Can you leave your name? Don't mention it. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future." Ling Xiao was afraid that if he said his name, it would cause a lot of trouble for no reason, so he simply didn't say his name. Although it's a pity, goodbye. The female warrior turned and left, quickly disappearing into the distance. Someone tried to follow, but was stopped by Ling Xiao. "For 2 hours, none of you will be able to leave this place. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy." 2 hours was enough for the female warrior to leave the sacred dynasty's enchanted island and find a safe place to hide. He had already done everything he could for her. If she was still killed, then it wasn't his fault. Turning around, he also put the sword intent, wandering soul that Greenhair had obtained into his Mountain River world. Of course, there was also Greenhair's storage ring. However, this guy's storage ring contained only a few spirit stones. There wasn't anything else worth paying attention to. Seeing this, the couple and the bald man secretly rejoiced that they didn't attack Ling Xiao. This young man didn't look old, but his strength was frighteningly strong. His cultivation hadn't reached the 5th Grotto Heaven realm, but the combat strength he displayed was stronger than ordinary 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. What a monster! The old man and the old woman looked at each other and smiled. They both gave up on the idea of trying to steal Ling Xiao's sword intent spirit. The bald man also completely let go of the same idea. They thought Ling Xiao was the easiest egg to crack, but they didn't expect him to be a lump of iron. Even if they could steal the sword intent spirit, they might lose their lives in the end. That wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, based on today's situation, there should be more sword intent spirits. They didn't need to risk their lives. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what these 3 people were thinking, he could guess a little. In fact, the reason why he acted so domineering at the beginning was to avoid trouble. Only when you display enough strength will others be wary of you, afraid of you, and not dare to find trouble with you. Of course, he didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of the 3 people, if he really forced them to risk their lives, it wouldn't be good for him at all. You've eaten a lot of fish and meat, so you have to leave some bones for others. Otherwise, it would be strange if they didn't risk their lives to fight you. The chilly wind continued to blow out wildly. The terrifying sword intent also became more and more powerful. Another 2 hours passed. During this time, a total of 8 sword intent spirits flew out. Ling Xiao got 4 of them, and the other 4 were taken by the couple and the bald man. The couple got 3, and the bald man got 1. Overall, Ling Xiao was the one who got the most. In the process of waiting for the sword intent spirits, he was also constantly cultivating. Long ago, he was able to do 2 things at once. Now, this ability became more and more adept. In the same 2 hours, without the sword intent spirits, his sword intent was promoted from the first level of the minor success to the second level of the minor success. But with the sword intent spirits, his minor success sword intent was directly promoted to the 8th level within 2 hours. Chapter 1422. Of course, Ling Xiao had used up a total of 10 wandering souls of the sword essence to raise his sword essence to the 8th level of the minor completion. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the peak of the small success. He calculated that he would need at least 20 wandering souls of sword intent to break through. Because of the improvement of the sword intent, he was getting closer and closer to the source. The couple and the bald man were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. They were here, and so was Ling Xiao. They had no time to cultivate because they were fighting for the wandering souls of sword intent. But Ling Xiao was obviously getting stronger. His whole person seemed to have turned into a sharp blade. No matter how the cold wind blew, he was not afraid at all. It seems that there is no chance. He is so close. If there are any more wandering souls of sword intent, they will be taken away by him. Let's wait and see. If there is no other way, let's start cultivating. The old man said to the old woman, agreed. They also had to improve their strength. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage in this competition. Another 2 hours passed. More and more wandering souls of sword intent flew out. It was probably because Ling Xiao was close to the source that the wandering souls of sword intent became furious. 40 or 50 wandering souls of sword intent rushed towards him. If it was the previous Ling Xiao, he would have to avoid them. But this time, he directly caught 30 of the sword intent wandering souls. 20 of them escaped. 5 of them were taken away by the couple and 3 by the bald man. The rest fell into the hands of the other hundreds of warriors. Shang Guanhong also got 2. It's about time. Ling Xiao could feel that after this crazy eruption, there were no more sword intent wandering souls inside. What was left was only the terrifying sword intent that erupted from the sword intent source. Let's cultivate first. He sat down cross-legged, intending to break through to the profound realm of sword intent. 30 wandering souls of sword intent were more than enough. This time, a full 6 hours passed. No more wandering souls of sword intent flew out. The couple began to cultivate, knowing that the wandering souls of sword intent should be gone. The bald man also chose to cultivate. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's eyes opened slightly. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent shot out from his eyes, piercing through the dark night and seeing through everything at the source point. There was a beautiful girl lying there. A black ghost stood quietly beside the girl. Yuhan held a sword in his hand. Sword will filled the sky, and it was coming from his body. That's not a ghost. It's a girl's martial spirit. Ling Xiao's Taiji eyes naturally saw the truth. He could see through things that others couldn't. What exactly was a martial soul? There had never been an accurate answer. However, Ling Xiao knew that many martial souls were actually alive, especially humanoid martial souls and beast martial souls. This was especially obvious, seeing how the martial spirit treated the girl. Ling Xiao knew that the martial spirit was actually protecting the girl. However, a martial spirit was still a martial spirit. Although it had a certain level of consciousness, it was unable to make complex judgments. He didn't know that Shang Guanhong wanted to save the girl. He couldn't determine whether the person was an enemy or a friend. Therefore, he would attack whoever wanted to take the girl away. Perhaps it had been too long. The martial spirit had been separated from the girl's body for too long, and it was about to collapse. That was why such a strange situation occurred in the Mansion of Spirits. This martial spirit is not simple. Shang Guanhong's junior sister might have a better aptitude than him. Ling Xiao smacked his lips and then slowly stood up. Sword will soared to the sky. The first level of the Greater Success Sword Intent was successfully cultivated. Not only that, due to the breakthrough of the Sword Intent, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the third Grotto Heaven realm. He could break through at any time. Perhaps all he needed was a battle. In any case, Ling Xiao knew that battles were extremely helpful for him to achieve breakthroughs in his cultivation. Of course, the biggest benefit Ling Xiao obtained besides his cultivation was that his soul judgment had gained a new ability: Burning Heaven, Tomb of the Gods, Immortal Pot, Sage King, and this time it was the Sword Spirit. This seemed to be a change caused by the increase in sword intent. The Sword Spirit's ability could instantly transform all of Ling Xiao's sword intent into the most terrifying destructive power and release it. It could cause serious damage to the body and soul. In Ling Xiao's soul judgment, Burning Heaven and the Sword Spirit were both offensive moves. One obviously had a larger range, while the other focused on lethality. It was more helpful in a one-on-one battle. Finally, Ling Xiao walked to the source of the sword intent. He originally thought that he would have to go through a bitter battle to rescue Shang Guanhong's sister. However, this process was unexpectedly easy. He tried to communicate with the martial spirit, but he didn't expect to succeed. With the powerful assistance of the mountain and river martial spirit, he actually used his own soul force to have a complete conversation with the martial spirit. "Block my sword, and I'll believe you," the martial spirit said coldly. Although he had basically believed Ling Xiao's words, he didn't seem to believe that Ling Xiao had the ability to protect the girl. "Come." Ling Xiao stood there and waved his hand. The martial spirit suddenly turned into a slender red sword and pierced towards Ling Xiao with a sharp sound. All of the sword intent in the entire Mansion of Spirits condensed into a single point, bringing a huge amount of pressure to Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was unmoved. His pitch-black eyes turned into a black and white Tai Chi eye. "Sword Spirit's eye." The voice from his mouth slowly sounded. The Tai Chi eye rotated violently. Then, an extremely terrifying aura shot out from Ling Xiao's eyes. This was an attack that condensed all of his sword intent. It contained his terrifying soul force. Boom! A loud sound exploded in the Mansion of Spirits. Everyone who was cultivating outside stood up. What the hell? What is that kid doing inside? Is he crazy? However, Shang Guanhong was extremely nervous at this time. He knew that Ling Xiao had arrived at the place where his junior sister was trapped, and this earth-shattering sound was probably made by Ling Xiao in order to save his junior sister. "You must succeed." Shang Guanhong prayed in his heart. The sword intent source, the martial spirit, had disappeared. Ling Xiao looked a little embarrassed. What the hell is this girl's martial spirit? How can it be so powerful? Could it be one of the 12 immortals? Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He blocked the martial spirit's attack. However, the other party was obviously merciful. According to his deduction, this girl's martial spirit was probably stronger than a 7th Grotto Heaven realm warrior. Moreover, this was because the little girl's cultivation restrained the power of the martial spirit. Otherwise, it might be even stronger. Of course, no matter what, Shang Guanhong's task was completed. Even with the help of the martial spirit, his cultivation finally rose from the third Grotto Heaven realm to the fourth Grotto Heaven realm. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Chapter 14:23. Ling Xiao smiled and spat out the blood in his mouth. Then, he picked up the girl lying there and walked outside. Shang Guanhong, let's go. Ling Xiao knew that although there was still some sword intent here, it was just a remnant. It would not be long before the sword intent completely dissipated. What he needed to do now was to leave with Shang Guanhong as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. Shang Guanhong hurried over to take her junior sister and left with Ling Xiao. Not long after they left, a group of people arrived at the Mansion of Spirits with great momentum. Who killed our fifth brother? A burly man appeared amidst the angry voice. His body was very broad. Standing there alone, he was probably 3 times the size of other people. The powerful aura emitted from his body was terrifying. Sect Master Nan, you're late. That kid left less than an hour ago. The cultivators who had been threatened by Ling Xiao naturally stepped forward to help Nanjing. The leader of the Great Whale Sect pass on the message. Good kid, you run pretty fast. But even if you run to the ends of the earth, it's useless. How dare you kill my brother? I'll skin you alive. Nanjing's face was ferocious as he roared. Mobilize everyone to find this guy. Whoever finds him will be rewarded with 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Whoever catches him will be rewarded with 100,000. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 300,000. On the black volcano, Ling Xiao was walking step by step towards the crater of the volcano, which was known as the Forbidden Area. At this time, black smoke was billowing over there. It seemed that something had happened. Ling Xiao quickened his pace. Shang Guanhong had already brought her junior sister back to the Divine Phoenix continent. They were using Ling Xiao's moonlight treasure ship. As for Ling Xiao himself, the last time he was in the City of Sin, he had snatched 2 airships from others. Although they were not as good as the moonlight treasure ship, it should not be a problem for them to travel. In the same direction, a young girl was also traveling under the protection of a group of cultivators. The young girl was about 15 or 16 years old. She looked innocent and lively, like a canary that had not experienced the baptism of the world. The girl's name was Ji Mengmeng, a descendant of the Ji family of the sacred dynasty's Fairy Island. Only the disciples of the Ji family had the qualifications to be protected by so many cultivators. Young miss, we can't go any further. Look, there are charred corpses all along the way. It's a horrible sight. Beside Ji Mengmeng, a middle-aged man in his 40s reminded, the black volcano used to be a forbidden area. Now that it has changed, it has been listed as an extremely dangerous place by the island master. You must not go near it. Uncle Chun, there's no need to persuade him. You've seen my brother's appearance. In the past, he was regarded by his family as the future successor of the island lord. He was a first-rate genius. But now, after an inexplicable illness, he actually went crazy and even forgot his own martial arts. Legend has it that there is a type of black fire lotus growing near the black volcano, which is very effective against my brother's illness. My family doesn't care about him, but I can't. My brother used to love me the most. Ji Mengmeng shook her head. Although she was obviously afraid, her eyes were filled with determination and tenacity. Young miss, there's something I don't know if I should say. The middle-aged man with the surname Chun sighed and said, the Ji family is the owner of the sacred dynasty's Fairy Island. They are one of the most powerful forces in the entire Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. However, even the upper echelons can't get the black fire lotus. Do you think we can find it? Uncle Chun, I'm not stupid. Ji Mengmeng sighed and said, It's not that they can't find it, but that they don't want to. There are people in the upper echelons who want my brother dead, but I can't let them do as they wish. Who? At this moment, the middle-aged man with the surname Chen suddenly roared and pointed the long saber in his hand towards the dense forest. Bang! Bang! After a strange sound, a person came out of the forest. It was a young man. He was handsome and looked quite dashing. Sorry for scaring everyone. I'm just a passerby. Ling Xiao shrugged and smiled. His face was also bright and sunny. No one could compare him to the legendary devil child Ling Xiao. Stop giggling. Did you hear what we said? The middle-aged man with the surname Chen asked coldly. Well, I heard a little. You're going to look for the black fire lotus, right? In fact, I also want to look for this kind of thing. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the black fire lotus was a very precious medicinal material that could only be found by chance because it only appeared 1 month before the eruption of the volcano. As for the reason, it was still hard to figure out. He was lucky this time. The black volcano that he had just encountered was obviously showing signs of a breakthrough. The black fire lotus could be used to refine all kinds of magical elixirs because it had a dual healing effect on the soul and the body, and the effect was very good. Ling Xiao did not forget Situ Hongyan, the only woman who survived Bibo Island. In the face of the sect and justice, the girl chose justice and chose to help him. Although it was a little silly, others could laugh at her. Ling Xiao could not. Ling Xiao really admired the girl named Situ Hongyan, so he had been trying to find a way to wake her up. He was lucky this time. Just as he was about to go to the black volcano to look for the immemorial golden crow's corpse, he received such important news. In fact, what Ling Xiao heard was not only about the black fire lotus. He also heard the words in the hearts of the guards. They were obviously from another force of the Ji family. Although they were protecting Ji Mengmeng, they were actually preparing to take the opportunity to destroy Ji Mengmeng's search for the black fire lotus. These people even viciously planned to kill Ji Mengmeng. In this way, the crazy genius of the Ji family would be crazy for the rest of her life. Of course, it would be a pity to just kill her. They hoped that before Ji Mengmeng died, they could have a taste of this Ji family's young miss. Among all of them, only the middle-aged man was loyal to Ji Mengmeng. Poor child, she was being protected by a pack of wolves. With Ling Xiao's strong soul power, he could naturally see through these people's thoughts. But he did not know Ji Mengmeng, so he did not want to meddle in other people's business. But if he ignored it, he would feel uncomfortable in his heart. So he smiled and said to Ji Mengmeng, a beautiful girl like you, I'm afraid there will be many wolves eyeing you. Don't just look at the scenery in the distance. Also, be careful of the dangers under your feet. It would be bad if you fell into a trap set by a hunter. If the girl was smart, she would naturally understand the meaning of his words. If she did not understand, then she could only blame her bad luck. Hurry up and go on your way. This has nothing to do with you. One of the guards shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. He did not want to meddle in other people's business. But the girl looked at Ling Xiao thoughtfully and smiled. Thank you for the reminder. With this word of thanks, Ling Xiao felt that he had earned back. At least he did not help the wrong person. Chapter 14:24. Ling Xiao felt that Ji Mengmeng was a good girl. At the very least, she knew how to thank you when you helped her. Unlike some people who would say that you were meddling in other people's business when you helped them. That would be a pain in the ass. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and turned to leave. Seeing Ling Xiao's figure disappear in front, Ji Mengmeng said, Uncle Chen, did you see that? There are still people who have the same idea as me. We can't fall behind him. Miss, you guys go at the back. I'll go in front to scout. Don't let that kid take the lead. A guard suddenly stood up and said, This person was a ninth heaven sky realm martial artist. He did not think that a young man who looked like he was only 17 years old would be stronger than him. He already understood the meaning behind Ling Xiao's words just now, and a murderous intent arose in his heart. It was just that he could not do it in front of Ji Mengmeng. That's fine, but don't get into a conflict with others. Ji Mengmeng reminded. Don't worry, I'll be careful, the guard thought to himself. Even if I kill him, I won't let Miss see it, lest you say that I'm ruthless. Ling Xiao did not know that someone wanted his life just because he said one sentence. In this deep forest, human life was as cheap as a dog's. Here, as long as you had the ability, you could kill. If you killed someone, you would not have to take responsibility. At this moment, Ling Xiao was speeding up towards the entrance of the black volcano. Since someone wanted to snatch something from him, he naturally had to hurry. The primordial golden crow was his main goal, but it was a little illusory after all. It was hard to say if he could find it. However, the black fire lotus was a real thing. He could feel the terrifying vitality of the plant that could grow in the lava. The primitive forest was very similar to the Dragon Submission Mountain range. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the more danger he encountered. A giant python suddenly charged out from the bushes and pounced at Ling Xiao as fast as lightning. However, in the next moment, the giant python suddenly realized that its target had disappeared. He turned into an afterimage and quickly disappeared from its sight. The giant python let out an angry roar and returned to the bushes, waiting for the next intruder to arrive. As for the beasts here, Ling Xiao tried his best to avoid them. It wasn't because he was kind, nor was it because he was afraid. Instead, it was because the animals in the primitive jungle usually came in groups. If you killed one, you would probably attract a whole bunch of trouble. When the time came, would he still need to look for medicinal herbs? Should he still look for the immemorial golden crow? But sometimes there was no other way. The closer they were to the black volcano, the more beasts they would encounter. Ling Xiao was finally forced to make a move, but it was very clean. Wherever he went, he left behind the intact carcasses of the animals. If someone passed by, they would be surprised to find that almost all of these animals had been pierced in the vital parts, and a red the size of a little finger appeared on their bodies. Such an accurate attack was impossible without terrifying judgment and precise execution. Roar! A roar made Ling Xiao stop in his tracks instantly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I've encountered a big guy. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was a huge black tiger. The black tiger was 4 to 5 meters tall, and its huge body was across the road. It raised its head high, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to rush over. In the next moment, the black tiger roared and pounced on Ling Xiao. The entire ground was trembling because of the black tiger's running. Ling Xiao took out Ice of Fury. This black tiger was the strongest beast he had encountered since he entered the mountain. It was probably equivalent to the cultivation of the first Grotto Heaven realm. It was just that its body was too huge and its strength was terrifying, so its explosive power was probably not inferior to the second or even third Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Therefore, Ling Xiao still attached great importance to it. Although he didn't use any moves, he still took out Ice's fury. He wanted to fight this guy to the death. Bang! The sound of a violent collision exploded on the mountain road. In the end, the black tiger was no match for Ling Xiao. Its huge body was sent flying by Ling Xiao's sword. It was just that Ling Xiao found this fellow interesting, so he didn't kill it ruthlessly, sparing this black tiger's little life. Of course, the black tiger wasn't the problem. The biggest problem was the sword that suddenly came from the dark. You've been following me for a long time. Finally can't hold it in any more. Ling Xiao sneered. From the beginning, when he separated from Ji Mengmeng and the others, he felt that someone was following him. However, this guy had been waiting for an opportunity and didn't make a move. He didn't act rashly and alert the enemy. Now, the other party couldn't help but make a move. Black Tiger, kill him! Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed, dodging the sword that was thrusting towards him, and then roared. His terrifying soul power, coupled with his terrifying strength, caused the Black Tiger to instantly choose to obey him. Otherwise, it would probably die. This Black Tiger was quite smart. Pa! Its huge claws slapped down, and that person was instantly smashed into meat paste. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in asking why the other party was following him, because the answer was too obvious. He said something wrong, and the other party wanted to kill him. It was that simple. After killing the person who was following him, Ling Xiao jumped on the Black Tiger and continued to advance towards the black volcano. This time, there were no more troubles along the way. The Black Tiger's huge body stood there, and many beasts didn't dare to do anything. A moment later, Ling Xiao arrived near the mouth of the black volcano. The terrifying heat and powerful pressure made the Black Tiger not dare to move forward. Only now did Ling Xiao understand why this place was regarded as a forbidden area. If one's soul power was slightly weaker, and if one's fighting spirit was slightly weaker, they would be completely crushed by this terrifying pressure. There were many corpses near the volcano. Some were charred black, while some were still intact. They had died not long ago. Let's go back. Ling Xiao patted the Black Tiger's body lightly and let the Black Tiger go. Sometimes beasts were cuter than humans because they knew fear. After this Black Tiger was let go, it wouldn't find trouble with him again. But some people were different. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Even though his feet seemed to be filled with lead, his body withstood the terrifying pressure, and his heartbeat kept accelerating as if it was going to jump out of his body. This terrifying feeling was really unbearable, but Ling Xiao held on. His mind was as hard as iron. Nothing could destroy him. At this moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. He comprehended a new sword, intent, immortal sword intent. Immortal meant indestructible, tenacious, eternal, and strong. Compared to slaughter sword intent and destruction sword intent, this immortal sword intent was more like used to protect oneself. The next moment, Ling Xiao converted all the sword intent in his body into immortal sword intent and released it. Even though the sword intent was constantly attacked, it still kept recovering like an immortal god, never extinguishing. Chapter 1425. The immortal sword tore through layers of obstacles, allowing Ling Xiao to step into an area that no one had ever stepped into before. Looking down at the crater, Ling Xiao was stunned. He thought that only the immemorial golden crow had fallen into the black volcano. He didn't expect that there were two complete corpses lying in the boiling magma of the black volcano. One was a huge golden crow that was covered in golden light. When it stretched out its wings, it was dozens of meters long. The crater was large enough, with a diameter of hundreds of meters. The other corpse was pitch black. It was neither human nor beast, exuding a terrifying and evil aura. It was probably the immemorial heavenly demon. However, the most surprising thing was not the two corpses, but a sword. A simple and unadorned ancient sword pierced the corpses of the immemorial heavenly demon and the immemorial golden crow. Then it constantly released seal ripples, producing many inscriptions. What a terrifying sword essence! It hasn't dissipated after hundreds of thousands of years. It's still so powerful and terrifying. The sword essence was both good and evil. The only feeling it gave was that it was powerful. Ling Xiao stood there, feeling as if his body was about to be torn apart by the sword essence. Fortunately, He had just comprehended the immortal sword essence, which was endless, so he could stand there. Otherwise, the sword essence alone was enough to kill him. What a terrifying sword essence! It seems that I have a special harvest this time. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and smiled. He originally came here to look for the immemorial golden crow. He didn't expect that not only did he find the immemorial golden crow, but also the immemorial heavenly demon. What was even more terrifying was that he found a sword whose sword essence was completely compatible with his immortal sword essence. If he wanted to strengthen the immortal sword essence and improve his strength, this sword would be of great importance. Closing his eyes, Ling Xiao stood there, feeling the sword essence erupting from the crater and letting his body comprehend it. He let his sword essence collide with it. Like a statue, he stood there motionless. The mountain wind blew, and only his hair and clothes fluttered, proving that this was not a statue, but a person. He stood there for a day and a night. The next day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. A vast sword intent soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and breaking through the evening mist. I didn't expect that after comprehending it here, and combining it with the remaining wandering souls of sword intent, my sword intent would rise to the third tier of greater mastery. The third stage of the greater success sword intent could only increase one's attack power by 30%. However, this was only on the surface. The overall deterrence brought about by the sword intent was not something that could be explained by simple data. Previously, when my sword intent reached mastery, and I comprehended the eye of the sword spirit, I've always wondered if I could borrow the eye of the sword spirit and my sword intent to create a special soul sword art. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the sword that had pierced through the primordial sky fiend and the primordial golden crow. Only now did he fully understand that it was not a real sword, but an immortal sword that was completely condensed from sword intent. If others can use their sword intent to form the immortal sword, why can't I? Ling Xiao had never believed that his comprehension ability was inferior to anyone else's, especially with the help of the Mountain River martial spirit. He believed that his comprehension ability was not inferior to a human king's. Eye of the sword spirit, sword of massacre. Ling Xiao planned to try cultivating the sword intent that he was most familiar with. The eye of the sword spirit was activated. A scarlet sword of massacre slowly flew out from the huge sword-shaped eye. In that instant, Ling Xiao condensed all his killing intent into the sword of massacre. The terrifying killing intent was so overwhelming that the surrounding living beings could not help but tremble with fear. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying killing intent at the crater? It's so far away, but it's still frightening. What kind of powerful expert is practicing his sword there? Ji Meng and the others were rushing to the crater when suddenly a terrifying killing intent defeated a pack of demon wolves that were pouncing towards them. The pack of demon wolves seemed to have suffered a great shock as they howled and turned to flee. Ji Meng was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. What kind of killing intent is this? I'm afraid that he has killed more than hundreds of thousands of people to be able to condense such a terrifying sword intent. Miss, let's not go over. I'm afraid that it's a massacre demon, the middle-aged warrior said to Ji Meng with a pale face. Even though he had lived for dozens of years, he had never seen such a terrifying sword intent. Yes, Mississippi, let's not go over. The rest of the guards were also trembling with fear, afraid that they would be targeted by the massacre demon. The next moment, the killing intent suddenly disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, just as they thought that the pressure had disappeared, the overwhelming sword intent engulfed the entire black volcano. Eye of the sword spirit, sword of destruction. Ling Xiao held the huge black sword in his hand and slowly waved it. With just a light wave, the terrifying sword intent of destruction was released without any reservation. Coupled with his terrifying soul power and the support from his mountain and river martial spirit, he had a terrifying feeling that he could destroy the heavens and the earth. Sword of Massacre, slender, blood-red in color, mainly used for killing. Sword of Destruction, wide, black in color, mainly used for destruction. This is even more terrifying than the simple release of sword intent. What will happen to the immortal sword next? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the soul sword technique that he had comprehended. However, Ling Xiao did not know that the Sword of Massacre and Sword of Destruction were just his own sword intents, so there was nothing wrong with them. However, the immortal sword intent was very compatible with the huge sword that had pierced through the primordial demon and primordial golden crow. He really did not consider the consequences of comprehending the immortal sword. Carefully pondering the process of comprehending the immortal sword intent, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye was also rapidly spinning. Suddenly, a purple sword slowly emerged from the eye of the sword spirit. Rumble, at that moment, the entire black volcano trembled. Ji Mengmeng and the rest, who had just calmed down from the sword intent of destruction, felt a strong sense of fear again. Uncle Chen, what's going on? Does that senior expert want to destroy the entire black volcano? Ji Mengmeng not only felt fear, but also anxiety. If the black volcano was destroyed, then the black fire lotus would be gone. How was she going to save her brother? I don't know either, but I'm sure that the black volcano is angry. It's constantly trembling violently, and it might erupt soon. Miss, you can't stay here any longer. Hurry up and run for your life. The middle-aged warrior hurriedly shouted. No, I can't leave like this. Ji Mingming's determination to save her brother's life clearly overcame the fear in her heart. She suddenly rushed forward. Crazy! The group of guards gritted their teeth in anger, but they had to follow. After all, Ji Mengmeng was a member of the Ji family. Unless they could confirm that Ji Mengmeng was dead, they would be in trouble if Ji Mengmeng returned alive. Chapter 1426. Abandoning his master and choosing to flee for his life was a huge crime. It was better to just kill her. But now, these guards had no way to kill Ji Mengmeng. Not to mention that Chun was powerful. Just the current situation, with the earth shaking and the mountains shaking, they could not even stand properly. How could they kill her? Although the black volcano had always been considered a forbidden area, and was forbidden by the sect to cultivate here. But it had never been like this, where the entire mountain was shaking. Countless animals fled desperately from the black volcano. The warriors who were cultivating or adventuring near the black volcano. They were also frightened by this terrifying scene. Boom! Finally, the first flame erupted from the crater of the volcano. The soaring light pierced the clouds, and then the terrifying meteors fell continuously, smashing around the volcano. Those warriors were so scared that they ran for their lives. Fortunately, the warriors who dared to cultivate nearby were not weak. Those meteors seemed scary, but they did not hurt them. However, the vegetation on the mountain was in trouble. Thick smoke billowed, and flames shot in all directions. It was a doomsday scene. That kid should be dead by now, right? The middle-aged warrior picked up Ji Mengmeng and fled into the distance. At this time, he could not let Ji Mengmeng be capricious. If she still rushed up in this situation, she would be an idiot. Was she going to die? Run for your life. Panic. The volcano erupted. The earth shook. Thousands of beasts ran wildly. In this strange scene, only Ling Xiao was still standing at the crater of the volcano, completely immersed in the world of sword intent. What was the ultimate goal of a warrior's cultivation? For wealth? For status? Or for power? Ling Xiao had also thought about these things, but he felt that they were wrong. The ultimate goal of the path of martial arts should be immortality. Everything was for the sake of immortality. To live as long as heaven and earth, to shine as brightly as the sun and moon, to be immortal and to exist forever. This was probably the wish of all warriors deep in their hearts. Unfortunately, the path of martial arts was too difficult, and immortality was so uncertain. So gradually, many warriors forgot this great goal. Each of them had their own goals, and all day long, they fought each other for power and profit. Ling Xiao himself had been confused before, and had also fallen into such chaos. However, at this moment, he had an epiphany. Even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, it had nothing to do with him. He stood there like an immortal sword, like an immortal statue. At this moment, he entered a state where he could control the world. He could feel every blade of grass, every tree, and even every element around him. It was as if he had really become an immortal in the world. Such a state of mind was truly rare. At the same time, no one noticed that in addition to the lava erupting from the volcano, there was also the terrifying immortal and indestructible sword Intent. This sword Intent was powerful and insufferably arrogant. He didn't need to reveal any domineering aura, but he could make countless living beings submit to him. There were even many martial artists who chose to kneel on the ground, regardless of the danger, and mumbled incantations. This terrifying sword Intent shouldn't belong to a mere sacred dynasty's enchanted island. Its strength was even more terrifying than the martial artists on the immortal court continent and the Hell continent. Not only that, when this immortal sword Intent soared into the sky, two other terrifying auras that were slightly weaker than this sword Intent were also released at the same time. People could see that the sky was filled with golden light, as if intertwining into a huge golden crow. On the other side, the originally bright sky became pitch black, and the darkness intertwined into a terrifying heavenly demon. Boom! The golden crow and the heavenly demon collided in the sky. The terrifying power completely razed the black volcano to the ground. Only a speck of light remained suspended in midair amidst the terrifying explosion. Ling Xiao was standing in this light. The immortal sword Intent allowed him to remain safe and sound in this crazy collapse of the heavens and the earth. Who is it? Who actually released the battle intent of the primordial golden crow and the primordial heavenly demon? In the largest cluster of palaces on the sacred dynasty's enchanted island, a group of powerful martial artists had an extremely ugly expression on their faces. One of them, whose hair and beard were all white, looked at the raised black volcano in the distance. His expression wasn't very good. In the past, their lineage separated from the sacred dynasty and came to this island. The first group of powerful martial artists discovered the secret of the black volcano. That was why they set up camp here, reproduced, and founded a sect. Every time a certain period of time, the black volcano would release a terrifying battle intent. This battle intent wouldn't hurt people, but it could greatly increase the cultivation speed of martial artists. Because of this, the sacred dynasty's enchanted island developed very quickly. The original 4 immortal islands became 5 immortal islands. However, the secret of the black volcano had always been kept by the Ji family. Now, the battle intent of the primordial golden crow and the primordial heavenly demon had been released. What did this mean? It meant that someone had comprehended the immortal sword intent. That huge sword condensed from sword intent was left behind by a peerless powerhouse of the Ji family tens of thousands of years ago. That powerhouse had now gone to the immortal court. However, the sword intent he left behind was immortal and indestructible. Before he left, He left behind a sentence that whoever could comprehend the immortal sword intent would be able to obtain the battle intent of the primordial golden crow and the primordial heavenly demon. How much one could comprehend depended on one's comprehension. That was a precious treasure left behind by their ancestor for the descendants of the G family. Now that someone had obtained it, the sacred dynasty's enchanted island would lose its advantage in the future. Investigate, the old man roared. No matter who it is, they have to return what belongs to our G family. Yes, under the old man's order. The experts of the sacred dynasty's enchanted island's G family all moved out. Countless figures leaped out from the G family. Their target was the black volcano. This was a terrifying calamity. It was a scene of doomsday. Although most of the martial artists had already escaped from the black volcano, there were basically no casualties. However, the black volcano had been razed to the ground. Seeing this scene, all the martial artists, including Ji Mengmeng and the others, were panting heavily. They were so nervous that they couldn't speak. Even the master of the sacred dynasty's enchanted island, the white-bearded old man, was shocked by this earth-shattering scene. Not to mention these martial artists. They saw the black volcano being razed to the ground. They saw the golden crow and the heavenly demon fighting fiercely in the sky. In the primitive forest, sometimes there was a storm, sometimes there was sand and dust. The martial artists couldn't believe what they were seeing. Is the mystic world going to collapse? Is the sky going to collapse? Or is the sacred dynasty's enchanted island going to sink? Everyone's heart was filled with panic and worry. It was because the scene in front of them was so terrifying that they didn't have the slightest courage to face it. If they were already like this, then Ling Xiao, who was personally experiencing it, was even more shocked. At this time, he had already woken up from his cultivation. Looking at the doomsday-like scene around them, they were truly dumbfounded. What happened? How could this be? He wanted to ask others, but no one could answer his question. Chapter 14:27. In the sky, the primordial golden crow and the primordial heavenly demon were still madly and fiercely colliding with each other. The terrifying scene left Ling Xiao dumbfounded. But in the next moment, he was pleasantly surprised. Then he sat cross-legged in the air, staring at the two primordial beasts in the sky with his tai chi. He thought of his own light shadow profound meaning. Weren't the immemorial golden crow and the immemorial heavenly demon light and darkness respectively? Why not take this opportunity to comprehend the two types of fighting intent and then create a new move? Chirp, roar. Ling Xiao didn't expect that his comprehension of the fighting intent of the immemorial golden crow and the immemorial heavenly demon would anger the two behemoths in the sky. Although they didn't have physical bodies now, only fighting intent remained. Their strength was still much more terrifying than most of the martial artists in the mystic world. I fought bravely to the death for the Ji family, but my soul was sealed in this black volcano. I can't accept this. I am the immemorial heavenly demon. When the mystic world was first formed, I already existed. The boundless darkness is my power. I can't accept this. I shouldn't die here, sealed by a lowly human. One was aggrieved, the other was furious. The two terrifying fighting intents were completely aimed at Ling Xiao at this moment. Who is it that dares to provoke these two monsters? Does he not want to live anymore? The experts of the Ji family finally arrived near the black volcano, but this group of Grotto Heaven realm experts couldn't get close to the black volcano. The two terrifying fighting intents had already caused substantial damage. Everything within 10 kilometers of the black volcano was annihilated. The immemorial golden crow's fighting intent was so terrifying that it wanted to destroy everything, and Ling Zhao's destruction sword intent. and the immemorial heavenly demon's fighting intent was so crazy that it wanted to kill everything, and it matched Ling Xiao's slaughter sword intent. Two swords hovered above Ling Xiao's head. A blood-red sword of slaughter. It was a black sword of destruction. These two swords were guiding the two fighting intents in the sky, and they were rapidly growing. The two behemoths in the sky also noticed the tiny human below. In their memory, the one who sealed their fighting intents was a human, a man named Ji Chang. That sword, the immortal sword that sealed them, it was Ji Chang who pierced their bodies and their fighting intents. Back then, the fighting intents of the immemorial Golden Crow, an immemorial heavenly demon, controlled martial artists who mistakenly entered this place. Later, Ji Chang sealed them. With the immortal sword intent, they completely lost their ability to move. So they hated. They were angry. At this time, Ling Xiao also had the immortal sword will, although it was far inferior to Ji Chang's. What a hateful thing to do was to extend the influence of the house on its crow, causing these two ferocious beings to develop a great enmity towards Ling Xiao. Kill. The behemoth's actually heavenly demon, heavenly demon, heavenly demon, heavenly demon. Facing these two terrifying monsters, Ling Xiao knew that there was no way he could resist them no matter what. He removed the sword of slaughter and sword of destruction, leaving only the sword of immortality. Although the immortal sword intent was weak, it had a powerful immortal will. Heavenly, heavenly sword, heavenly sword, heavenly sword, heavenly sword. The immortal sword shattered and then reformed. The so-called immortal sword was immortal and indestructible. Ling Xiao's sword intent was weak, but it would not die. No matter how powerful the two behemoths were, they were only condensed from fighting intents. To hurt Ling Xiao, they had to destroy the immortal sword intent that protected Ling Xiao. However, no matter how they attacked, Ling Xiao's immortal sword intent was endless. Interesting. Suddenly, the huge immortal sword belonging to Ji Chang, which had been observing in the void, let out a chuckle. The immortal sword had its own consciousness. I hope I didn't choose the wrong person. After chuckling, Ji Chang's immortal sword suddenly stabbed out from the void. Run! The immemorial Golden Crow and immemorial heavenly demon, felt the terrifying and familiar aura. They had no intention of fighting and turned to run. However, the sword was too fast. It pierced through their bodies in an instant. Then, it pierced through Ling Xiao's body. In the eyes of the bystanders, Ling Xiao was too insignificant. They only saw a huge sword directly piercing through the two ferocious beasts, and then everything calmed down. At this time, Ling Xiao fell into a strange state. He thought he was finished this time. However, after being pierced through by the immortal sword, he did not die. Instead, he was abnormally clear-headed. At that moment, he seemed to have complete control of the situation around him. He could feel that the two behemoths fighting intents were sealed in his body by the immortal sword. However, the immortal sword miscalculated. It originally planned to occupy Ling Xiao's body. However, it was unexpectedly pulled into the Mountain River world by the Mountain River martial soul. How could this be? The immortal sword's consciousness became fainter and fainter. Finally, it disappeared. In the Mountain River world, there was only a giant sword and two behemoths left. Here, no matter how ferocious they were, they could not do anything to Ling Xiao. The Mountain River martial soul's will was above everything. It was even more terrifying than the immortal sword. What is this? Is it a blessing in disguise? Ling Xiao felt that it was absurd. He came to the black volcano to look for the corpse of the immemorial Golden Crow. However, in the end, because he comprehended the immortal sword, he disturbed the immortal sword that sealed the two behemoths. Then, everything developed in a way that was too unexpected. The two ferocious beasts and the giant sword were trapped in his world of mountains and rivers, allowing him to absorb and use them as he wished. If he was outside, he would not be able to suppress such a terrifying fighting intent and sword essence. However, once something entered his mountain river world, it was completely under his control. Looks like it's time to find a place to meditate. Ling Xiao felt that he was going to have another big breakthrough this time. However, the black volcano had already been razed to the ground, and the two monsters had been forcefully sealed. He guessed that many people had seen this scene. He did not dare to stay here any longer. He did not want to be targeted. After all, the sudden disappearance of the two behemoths and the giant sword and his appearance here alone was too suspicious. Go! He prepared to leave this place first. However, just as he was about to leave, his Tai Chi eye suddenly glanced at the ground. After the black volcano was destroyed, a huge lake was formed on the ground. The lake was rich in heaven and earth vital energy. It was much richer than the highest level of the Divine Phoenix Empire's Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. It was more powerful than any of the secret realms in Qingshu College. Good heavens! If I bring this back, not only can I use the lake to cultivate, but I can also let my friends benefit from it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao had a crazy idea. Behind him, a huge space appeared. The crazy suction force sucked in the black lake along with the lake water and soil. Chapter 1428. At this moment, Ling Xiao directly released his mountain river martial spirit because there was no one nearby. Usually he was afraid that others would know, so he had always suppressed his terrifying martial spirit. Only now did he realize that his martial spirit was really too terrifying. It's too late. Ling Xiao could feel that there were dozens of terrifying auras rushing over here. However, there was still about 1/10 of the lake that had not been sucked in. Indecisiveness will only lead to chaos. It's better not to be too greedy. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao simply gave up on the 1/10 of the lake. In any case, he had obtained most of it. Then he sped up and left. However, even if he left, he did not go far. Instead, he stayed in the dense forest and waited for the crowd to arrive. As long as there were enough people, then even if he appeared again, he should not be suspected. What is this? How can there be so much heaven and earth origin chi? Quickly go and report to the island master. Do you want to change the mission at the last minute? A moment later, the group of experts from the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island arrived first. Although there was only about 1/10 of the lake left on the ground, it was still thousands of square meters in size. Feeling the abundant heaven and earth origin chi released from the lake, the people from the Immortal Island knew that they had found a treasure. They had come here under orders to find the person who had broken the immortal seal. However, seeing this lake, it was difficult for them to make a choice. Thus, dozens of experts surrounded the lake. Humans are indeed greedy. Even the high and mighty Ji family of the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island is only SOSO. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, could not help but sneer. At this moment, he was hiding in the dark and carefully observing the remaining lake. Only then did he discover that in the depths of the lake, there was actually another target of his this time, the black fire lotus. It was clearly growing at the bottom of the water, but the lotus was still burning with a strange flame. This was really strange. The number of black fire lotuses is limited. I guess many people will covet it. Later, I will take advantage of the crowd to snatch more. Ling Xiao secretly thought. Although there were also black fire lotuses in the lake in his mountain river world, the total number of black fire lotuses on both sides was not more than 100. There were 70 black fire lotuses in his body and about 30 outside. Just this bit of black fire lotus was not enough for him. If he could, he really wanted to be greedy and get more. After a while, more and more martial artists gathered here. Ling Xiao estimated that there were more than 10,000 people, and there was no lack of Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators among them. There were also some familiar faces, including Ji Mengmeng, the middle-aged man with the surname Chen, the old couple from the Mansion of Spirits, and the bald man. These people were originally waiting nearby. Now that there was a change here, they would definitely come over to take a look. Seeing that there were enough people, Ling Xiao blended into the crowd. What a huge lake! What an abundant yuan qi! Cultivating here for a day is probably better than cultivating for 100 days in other places. The bald warrior sighed. Although it might not be that exaggerated, it's not too far off. Moreover, with different aptitudes, the benefits one can get will probably be different as well. Regardless, this place is really the best place for cultivation. The old couple also said, "Quick, take up space." Someone in the crowd shouted, and hundreds of figures shot toward the lake almost at the same time. Kill! Hundreds of figures shot out, and in an instant, nearly 100 people were killed. Their corpses were also thrown out. This place has been occupied by the Immortal Island. Without the permission of the island master, no one is allowed to enter. Among the killers, one of them had reached the 6th Grotto Heaven realm. He looked at all the martial artists and said coldly, "Why? Although the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island is the temporary owner of this island, you don't have the right to monopolize it. Listen to me. We have more people. If it doesn't work, we'll destroy them. I don't believe that the Ji family dares to offend all of us." Greed could always make people forget fear. As soon as someone shouted, the martial artists who had died before were instantly forgotten. More and more warriors rushed over. This time, the Ji family had no other choice. After all, they only had a few dozen people. Against tens of thousands of people, there were no fewer Grotto Heaven Realm experts. In almost an instant, these dozens of people were all killed. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. These people from the Ji family were too stupid. Normally, they might be able to deter those people, but now that such a huge treasure was placed in front of them, how could they stop them? He shook his head. Whether the other party was stupid or not, it had nothing to do with him. What he needed to do now was to snatch the black fire lotus. Mixed in with the crowd, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and jumped into the lake. While the others were preparing to cultivate, he plunged headfirst into the lake, relying on his powerful soul force and the Tai Chi eye to capture. He knew clearly where the black fire lotus was. Quickly go and find it. See if there's a black fire lotus at the bottom of the lake. Ji Mingming's goal was also the black fire lotus. She was not very interested in cultivation, so when she saw the Ji family's experts being killed, although she was afraid, she still gave orders to her guards. At this moment, the guards had already revealed hideous smiles. "Idiot, who will help you?" At this moment, they were completely attracted by the lake. How could they help Ji Mingming? Moreover, the Ji family and the martial artists present had become enemies. How could they dare to meddle in other people's business? They could even expose Ji Mingming's identity and let these people help them get rid of this girl. "You are from the Ji family. How dare you be so rude to master?" The middle-aged man surnamed Chen said coldly, "Hee, old Chen, don't scare us. We can still live in peace now. If we reveal Mrs. Identity, do you think those people will let her go?" At this moment, the guards wanted to cultivate in the lake. They did not want to offend Ji Mengmeng too much. "How dare you?" The middle-aged man surnamed Chen was angry. "Uncle Chen, let them be. Anyway, I didn't expect them to help." At this moment, Ji Mengmeng shook her head and stopped the middle-aged man surnamed Chen. "Hee, Miss Mengmeng is reasonable. Goodbye." All the guards plunged into the water in an instant. They now had Ji Mengming's weakness. If Ji Mengming dared to harm them, they could immediately expose Ji Mengming's identity. At that time, they would not care what happened. Miss, let's go down too. This lake was formed after the black volcano was flattened. There might be a black fire lotus at the bottom of the lake. The middle-aged man surnamed Chen said, although he was angry, there was nothing he could do, although he was not weak and was stronger than any of the guards. But as the guards said, if they exposed Ji Mengming's identity, even if Ji Mengming did not die, she would be taken hostage. So here, they had to bear with it.